All right, well, Krug Show, everybody. Larry Kruger with you. It is February the 9th as we get things rolling on the live stream here on the Krug Show. 12:45 in the afternoon, 45 minutes after the NBA trade deadline has come and gone, and we've seen a lot of activity, and the Warriors have been active. And I definitely want to hear from you and see what people have to say about these deals, but I don't even know what to say about the Warriors trade. I mean, they bring back Gary Payton the second. You could have signed him. You could have given him, I don't know, 8 years or 8 million a year for 3 years, given him $24 million, but you were too smart for that. Decided that you didn't need him. So you let him walk. And now here you are giving away James Wiseman all for a bunch of picks and Kevin Knox, and then turning around, flipping those picks back to Portland for GP2. Did you get Sadiq Bey? No. You needed size. You needed shooting. Did you get size? No. Did you get shooting? No. So what did you get? You got a lot of savings probably for Joe Lacob. And you get GP2 back. So, I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, many of us said how ridiculously stupid it was for Golden State Steve Kerr never appreciated Gary Payton II. Just didn't. There were so many games last year we sat Gary Payton II, didn't play him, and the Warriors lost most of those games. And then they didn't appreciate him in free agency, and they drew the line right there at GP2. We don't need you, GP2. Even though he wasn't like he got some king's ransom to go to Portland. He got $8 million a year. I mean, you couldn't pay $8 million a year for Gary Payton, so you let him walk. And shocking, you're shitty on defense now. Who knew that getting rid of your best defensive player would hurt your defense? So now you've been this circus defensively. All the while you invested James Wiseman. Did you ever play him? No. Did Steve Kerr ever put him on the floor? No. So now he's going to go to Detroit and blossom there, and he's going to be a much better player for the Pistons than what you got. You sold low, and so now you turn it around and you've got GP2. You still didn't add any shooting. You still didn't really add any size. Kevin Knox is just a guy. Come on. Kevin Knox is a nothing. So, I mean, I can't sit here and say Bob Myers is smart. I mean, the Warriors are a team that have a bunch of different agendas, and they got a bunch too many cooks in the kitchen. And Joe wants to be involved. He's got his own draft board, except he's not a personnel evaluator, and neither's this kid. Just because you played hoop on some level, so what? I fucking played hoop on some level. I'm not a general manager either. So but now you got Kirk there, and Joe's got his kids there, and Myers is probably tucking tail and walking at the end of the year, and Kerr probably follows him out the door. And, Joe Lacob can surround himself with his family, and we'll see how many rings and how many parades he's in. So I don't know. As you can tell, totally unimpressed by Golden State. You flipped James. You didn't play James Wiseman. Who knows if he's good? I guess the Pistons will find out. You just basically just said, we're getting off the Wiseman truck. And there's probably some savings in there as well, because it came out, hey, if Joe Lacob's going to pay a big tax bill, and now he moves Wiseman, he probably, lessens his tax bill. But the Warriors are no more title contender today than they were last night when KD went to the Suns. They're not the best team in the West. They're not the second best team in the West. You can make an argument they're not the third best team in the West. Odds of them, defending their title are pretty low. So not impressed at all. They couldn't get it straight. They couldn't figure out a way to get James Wiseman on the floor. And then they turn around, trade James Wiseman for Sadiq Bey. Sadiq Bey absolutely could have helped them. But no, instead send Sadiq Bey to the Hawks for 5 second-round picks. I mean, what a cluster that is. I mean, I'd rather have Sadiq Bey than 5 second-round picks, and then you flip those picks for GP2. So what have you done? You divested yourself of James Wiseman without finding out if he's any good or not. You drafted him, and the way you handled him devalued him, and then you handed him away for a reserve defensive player who's had a ton of injuries this year. I mean, that's embarrassing. That is embarrassing. So he's not part of Steve Kerr's rotation. Why? You know what? Because the Warriors don't need him. Yeah, they got destroyed inside by the Blazers in the game the other night or last night. He played in just 21 of 55 games this year. And the super rah-rah Warrior person is like, hey, they traded a player that's not in their rotation for a player that is in their rotation. Yeah, but that's loser talk because you made James Wiseman not in the rotation. You're the one who decided not to play him. You're the one who drafted him second overall and then plummeted his value by not playing him. You're the one that didn't have a game plan to bring him along. You're the one who sat there and couldn't get him to progress from point A to point B. And then you just jump off, and now the Pistons are probably going to get the upside potential. So, I mean, James Wiseman didn't look like much to me. I think he's kind of a marshmallow at the end of the day, but still, how to turn a valuable asset, how to devalue an asset. I mean, my goodness, the Warriors should write a book about that now because that's what they did here. They drafted this guy. They totally devalued the asset by how they did not develop him. And then they just gave up, and moved on, probably to save Joe some tax burden. I mean, congrats. I don't know what to say about it. As the Suns get Kevin Durant and, now they're the favorite to win the West. And what do you got? You got GP2, is a great defensive player. He's a great role player. It should help your defense, and your defense needs help. But is that going to win you a title? Are you going to win a title now that you have GP2? I mean, it's just so they didn't get. Saddiq Bey at least is a young starting player. Saddiq Bey would have been a really nice get. To then turn Saddiq Bey around. I mean, I thought you needed size and shooting. Saddiq Bey is 6'8" and can shoot. Instead, you trade him for 5'2s and then turn around and trade those 5'2s to Portland for GP2. So essentially, you traded James Wiseman for Gary Payton II. And it's so low end. It's so, it's like there's almost no way for Golden State to win on this trade unless they win the title this year. They don't win the title this year. How's this a good trade? Why is this a good move next year and the year after? I mean, obviously the Warriors lost confidence in Wiseman, but Delos Milicevic, what the heck's he doing? I mean, he ought to be canned. I mean, seriously, you brought in this coach to develop this guy as a developmental coach. He didn't develop. So Delos, what would you say you do here? I mean, what exactly are they getting for the money they're paying Delos? I don't think anything. So now you got rid of Wiseman. You have Payton. Wiseman wasn't doing anything since December 30th. He'd played in only 2 of the Warriors' 19 games, and now he gets the chance to play on a young upstart rebuilding team that has Cade Cunningham and some young pieces. They got the worst record in the Eastern Conference, so they can just sit there and play him and not worry about it. But as far as what this does for the Warriors, I don't think it does anything for the Warriors. I'm going to put the call deal, the call link in the chat here. So if people want to jump in via the call, feel free to jump in. I'm going to read some of these chats, but I mean, how is this a good day for the Warriors? You gave up on you took James Wiseman over Tyrese Halliburton and over LaMelo Ball and couldn't develop him at all. Kerr never played him at all. They didn't give him any confidence. They brought in developmental coaches. Those guys couldn't do it jack. And now you're divesting yourself of the asset at a major loss, at a major price loss. I mean, that and you get Kevin Knox and GP2. Really? I mean, how do you expect your fans to react to that? Eh, Not a good day. Not a good couple days for the Warriors. I think last night their title chances probably went out the window, and today they decided, well, we can't win in the present, so let's guarantee that we can't win in the future by trading our one upside 7-footer for a defensive role player whose body is beginning to fail him. I mean, who we all like, but come on. At the end of the day, what's GP2? Yeah, I don't not impressed. Not impressed. Um, Paul Perriman says smells of the Lakeups, the beginning of the end, folks. Yeah, I mean, just falling in love with your ability when you have no track record of being able to be a general manager. You're not a GM, your kid's not a GM. Remember that. Jason says Warriors will get bullied in the paint if they don't pick up a big. I guess this has got to be tied to some big shaking free in the buyout market, I guess. So they're going to replace that. And so maybe you add a defender, maybe you find a 7-footer in the buyout market. Ultimately, maybe you're marginally better. You're not taking down Phoenix. You're not on that level. Martinez says GP2. Yeah, I mean, we're all happy that GP2's back, but for James Wiseman, I mean, seriously. I mean, talk about a trade that almost you can't win. If the Warriors don't win the title this year, how's this anything but a colossal fail? I mean, how is this anything but just a total colossal fail if they don't win the title this year? Are they better in the future for divesting themselves of James Wiseman? No. I mean, I got to think there's a financial component to this, and that's really the deal. I mean, it came out in the last day that the Warriors would save $130 million if they moved off of James Wiseman. Of course, they took on money now in GP2, and the money's kind of the same, so probably their tax bill is not changing dramatically. But at the end of the day, it's like, okay, so you did something. I guess something's better than nothing, but is it? I mean, that's really the question. Is something better than nothing here? Because if they'd done nothing, they still have James Wiseman, a 20-year-old, 7-foot, 255-pound center prospect. But I mean, I guess in this situation, they only had bad choices. And they just, I mean, how's Sam Guile says great move, but he says great move. GP2 will help Poole smart enough to Peyton back and get rid of Wiseman. You got rid of Wiseman? I mean, that's like saying you bought a Lamborghini at, full price and you kept it in the garage for a year. You drove it twice and then sold it for $175,000 less than you paid for it. That's called stupid. That's called divesting an asset. That's not called smart. Oh, hey, yeah, you know what? I don't have that freaking Lamborghini in my garage anymore. Thank God for that. That thing was just collecting dust. I spent $700,000 on a freaking, incredible Lamborghini, and I drove it 3 times and I left it in the garage and then sold it for $500,000. I mean, if your buddy told you that, if you had a buddy who said, "Hey man, I bought this car for $200,000 and I drove it 3 times and then I sold it 2 years later for $75,000, you'd say, "Man, you're a damn fool." And stay away from giving me any financial advice. It's just unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about it because is it a good move? Is James Wiseman a good player? No. But is this a great move? No. Come on. And I like GP2. But if the Warriors like GP2 so much, why didn't they just sign him? He was their free agent. They could have given him $8.5 million for 3 years and signed him and kept James Wiseman and had both. This idea that, oh my God, this is so great because they got GP2 back. You didn't have to lose GP2. You voluntarily allowed GP2 to walk out the door, and now you're coughing up your young 7-footer, the second pick in the draft, the highest draft choice you've had in 25 years, so that you can get GP2 back. So that what? Because you think GP2 is going to deliver an NBA title on some tiny team with a donut in the middle that has no center to speak of? Foolish. Absolutely foolish. Ronald says, Larry, with the energy live stream. I mean, Sam says time will tell. Time will tell what? The only thing time's going to tell is that you're an idiot. Not you, Sam, but that they're idiots. James Wiseman has some future. He's a young player, and they just either for tax purposes or because Draymond and Steph got tired of him, or Kerr decided he was a bust, or whatever, or it was some internal discontent between basketball player evaluator people. I don't know. All I know is next year is GP2 going to be better than he is this year? No. He's going to be 33 and then 34. And then, he's not going to be, isn't he 32 years old? How old's GP2? I think Gary Payton's probably pretty old. And he's definitely not a kid. So, I mean, it's just this idea that, they did a good thing here. I don't know. I don't see it at all. Yeah, he's 30. So Gary Payton, you just traded a 20-year-old center, 21-year-old center who's got nothing but upside for a 30-year-old non-starter, non-shooting shooting guard who's averaging 3.7 points, 2.6 rebounds. I mean, come on, man. And in 2 years, GP2 is going to be 32 and his body's going to be more broken down then than it is now. And James Wiseman at that point probably is going to be a whole lot better. So, miss me with the, isn't this great? I don't see the greatness. I don't see the greatness in this. I see a Warrior team with too many cooks in the kitchen, with too many guys without credentials making basketball decisions. Joe Lacob is a smart guy. He is not a basketball guy. Kirk Lacob's probably a pretty smart guy. He's not a lifetime NBA scout. And these guys are the people making the calls in this organization. So good luck. Good luck to the Warriors going forward. They've got, I mean, it's amazing. MF says, I played hoops in high school. Give me a GM job. Yeah, exactly. Some guy walking around saying, hey, I was a big deal in the 7th grade. I'm now going to fire Bob Myers and do it myself. What are we talking about? And Kevin Knox, what's Kevin Knox? Some ground bound, non-contributor. I mean, another bricklayer. It's like, I'm wondering about some of the Bay Area teams right now. The San Francisco Giants took off on their off season. We are going to get younger and more athletic in the middle of the diamond. And then Farhan did nothing. You've got old guys, the same old broken down guys you had before you still got. So they did nothing. And the Warriors talking endlessly about, Wiseman and the future of Wiseman, just devalued him and then dumped him, for a role player at best in a year where they're not going to win anything. I mean, come on, man. Seriously. Arthur Henry says, Golden State will regret letting Wiseman go. James Wiseman is going to get better. How much better is speculative, but there's no doubt he's going to get better. I thought it was a low ceiling deal to move James Wiseman for Caruso. But Caruso is got more offensive game than GP2, and he's got, a reasonable contract, and instead he's got a little bit more of an all-around game. GP2 he's literally a dunker offensively. He's got very little offensive game. He is a defensive stopper, but if you loved him so much, why the hell didn't you re-sign him when you could have had James Wiseman and GP2? I mean, and now you want the fans to sit here like lapdogs and say, oh, like trained seals and just clap. Oh, it was incredible. What an incredible acquisition. I mean, yeah, Mark Graves says it. This was a future financial savings. Awesome. So now we should be super fired up that a billionaire is going to save a few bucks. I mean, think about that. That's what today is. A billionaire is going to save a few bucks. Oh, are you kidding me? Oh, that's going to be awesome. Joe Lacob, right now he's got more money than everybody listening to this stream put together. But you know what? He's going to have a few more bucks now. Oh, it's going to be terrific. And he won't have to pay that tax bill. Poor Joe and his tax bill. He only bought the team. The team's worth like 9 times what he paid for it. But now he's hedging about a tax bill and kissing off on his 21-year-old center for a defensive role player. And I'm sure there's some Warrior fans out there that are going to be like, wow, this is awesome. Awesome. Alex, people at the game celebrating this move. Yeah. Why? Because, and I know, and here's the low IQ take of all time. You had a guy that wasn't in your rotation, and now you've got a guy that is in your rotation. That's a step forward. No, it isn't. That's not a step forward at all. You could have had both of these guys last year, and then you would have the future of James Wiseman and GP2. But you're short-sighted, trying to save a buck early in the year, so you let GP2 walk because $8 million is, you can't match $8 million a year. Oh my God. Woodpit says, love you, Larry, but the kid stinks. He stinks under the Warrior regime. Doesn't mean that he's not going to get better. The one thing I do know for sure is that 21-year-old 7-footers tend to get better, and 30-year-old broken down defensive guards typically do not. But I mean, how is this a win for Golden State if they don't win the title? They kissed off their future for a short-term improvement on their rotation. They're a little bit better defensively, but if they don't get it done this year, what's this about? I mean, how is this a good thing? I mean, that's to me, if somebody's got more information, if some host at 95.7's got more information than I do, let me know. Because what the Warrior, Kid Tricks has said, what the Warriors just got for Wiseman is what the league thinks of his value. Nothing. Then keep him. Build his value. You have Delos Milicevic or whatever on your coaching staff. You're probably paying him $200,000-300,000 a year to coach. Have him coach. You can't improve this guy. It's a fail either way. It's either it's failure on Golden State for picking the wrong guy on draft day, or it's a failure of Golden State on the developmental side to not develop James Wiseman. It's a money grab. Let's say, hey, let's save a few bucks, and bring in a defensive player and say that we did something. Okay, but are you winning the title? Go look at the odds. Go look at the title odds and where Golden State is. They're not the favorite. They're not the second favorite. I don't even think they're the third favorite. So, as far as how it affects Poole's minutes, yeah, Poole's going to play less, or they're going to play super small, and they're going to play GP2 at a forwards position and play them all together and have this all guard lineup. But Sam Guy, why are you putting this all on the Warriors? The Warriors are the ones who drafted him. The Warriors are the ones that just gave him away. They didn't have to draft him, and they didn't have to give him away. But they're the ones who took the wrong guy or couldn't develop him, and now they're selling low. And you're sitting here going, that's idiotic. That's totally idiotic. It's no different than I bought a car for $100,000 yesterday. I drove it for an hour last night, and I'm selling it right now, and I'm selling it at for half price. Am I smart? No, you're a damn fool. You're a damn fool. And there's no way. Only the most ridiculous up the Warriors' butt person would sit there and say that this is some awesome move. Way to go, Warriors. They're awesome. They're not awesome. They're not going to win. They're not going to win. They didn't develop this player. They picked the wrong player, and then they just saved a few bucks. That's all this is about. if I'm Joe Lacob's financial guy, hey, Joe, way to go, buddy. If you're a fan of watching this team win titles and you enjoy championship parades, this is not a good move. I mean, and Eric says Kerr's the issue. He says Kerr is the issue. He doesn't play young players ever. He probably is. He's part of the problem. Kerr couldn't play this guy. Kerr decided, look at the contradictions here. You decided to kiss off on GP2, and then you were going to replace GP2 this year with Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman added to your bench. So you kiss off on Porter and Bjelica and GP2 for Kuminga, Wiseman, and Moody. Then you play Kuminga, you don't play Wiseman or Moody. You totally devalue them as assets. And then you get off of the Wiseman thing for nothing. I mean, the Warriors should have been trading. To me, they probably would have been smarter to keep the 5 second-round picks. The 5 second-round picks could be turned into something in the future that could help you win in the future. Are you winning in the present? Nope. You're not. You're not going to win. You're not adding GP2 to a 500 basketball team and going on a championship run in a conference that now has Kevin Durant and Phoenix. If you think you're winning, you're high. You're high. You're not winning. So wouldn't I rather have 5 second-round picks than a 30-year-old broken down defensive guard? I mean, I like GP2, but he's had tons of injuries. How many games has he even played this year? He's barely plays at all this year. He's been hurt almost all year. So, don't get it. Don't get it at all. You're talking about a guy, you just traded your 21-year-old center for a guy who this year has played in 14 games. 14. It's February the 9th. He's played in 14 games. He doesn't even average 5 points a game. He's not going to be better in 2 years. So this is all about this year. They win the title, way to go. If they don't, wasn't a very good move, was it? Because now you don't have James Wiseman and you have another older player who basically makes the exact same money. So I don't see it. I don't get it. G. Martinez said they saved dough. Why do I care about that? NorCal says, I want Sadiq. Yeah. Or No Cap, I should say. No Cap 757. Sorry, No Cap, for misidentifying you. He says, I want Sadiq Bey. I do too. Sadiq Bey would have been a rotation player. He's got a high basketball IQ. He can shoot the basketball. You can play him at 3, at 4. You've got a really nice skilled player. Heck, you could even go with like a small ball lineup with Sadiq Bey and Kuminga at the 5, or Kuminga at the 4 and Green at the 5. And there was all kinds of things that they could have potentially done with another really solid rotation player. Instead, they pawned him for 5 seconds. I'd rather have, if you said to me, you can have anything, any aspect of this. If I'm going to move James Wiseman, first thing I want is Sadiq Bey. The second thing I want is those 5 second-round picks. The third thing I want is GP2 back. And it's not that I don't like GP2. I love GP2. But he's 30 and he's broken down. And he's really a role player. He's a good role player, but he's a role player. I don't know. I don't get it. Clarsard 49. Great logic. Let's trade a player because he sucks due to us not playing him or helping him develop. Exactly. That's unbelievable. Really unbelievable. Yeah. Wood Pit 420. We're going to need those TPC reports, Delos. Yeah. Hey, Delos, what would you say you do here? Because you didn't develop anybody. From what I heard from all the Warriors sycophants at the beginning of the year was that the Warriors were going to be this awesome team that developed people at 5 o'clock and then competed for titles at 7 o'clock. And I didn't see either this year. They're not competing for titles at 7 o'clock and they're not developing jack. Has Patrick Baldwin developed? No. Has Ryan Rollins developed this year? No. How's the development going of Moses Moody? Get back to me on that one. Maybe it's not James Wiseman. maybe it's the Warriors can't develop anybody. What young player has Steve Kerr developed? Jordan Poole supposedly has this unbelievable work ethic. Jordan Poole is still can't be counted on to give you anything consistently night after night after night. So, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, I'm so unimpressed by Golden State this year. They paid Jordan Poole just an absurd amount of money. Then they go get all these developmental coaches who didn't develop anything. Then Kerr, despite the fact that the first half of the NBA season means less than nothing, he was out there selling out for wins instead of developing his roster. And what did he get out of it? A 500 team. So, I mean, you're selling out for wins at the expense of the development of your young guys. You didn't develop your young guys, and you did not win. I mean, what are we supposed to say to that? You didn't develop your young guys, and you didn't win. The goal this year was to do two things: develop your young guys and win. They're not going to win, and they're not developing their young guys. That's a fail, man. That's a fail. That's F. So anybody sitting here going, rah, rah, Bob Myers is a sycophant. I like Bob Myers. So what? I tell him to his face. He screwed the pooch on this one. Anybody who says anything other than that is blind and not that bright. I don't know what to say. I mean, unbelievable. You just got absolutely your ass handed to you by the Blazers on the glass and points in the paint. And you turn around and say, let's get rid of the one guy on our roster who could actually give us some size and maybe give us some rim protection. I mean, it's an amazing thing. It really is an amazing thing. It's an amazing fail. I guess the only thing that I could see is if somehow, some way, the Warriors went on some incredible run, got to the finals. If they go to the finals with this group, I'll take it all back, because that's really what it's about. It's about getting one more ring for Steph and Draymond and Clay. But you could have, first of all, shame on the Warriors for not appreciating GP2 when they had him. How about that? They needed to see him. They needed to see their roster without him before they could appreciate him. I mean, and I almost wonder if they've learned anything, because this happened 20 times or 10 times last year where Kerr didn't play him. They lost. And then he's like, maybe I should play him a little bit more. Then they did, and they won. So, I mean, obviously he was a key guy, but then when it came time to pay him, they forgot that he was a key guy, let him walk, even though he got a totally paltry offer, $8 million a year. Heck, I mean, there's all kinds of guys that are donkeys in the NBA who don't do jack, who make over $8 million a year. It wasn't like somebody offered him 15 a year. So you let him walk. And now here you are less than a year later, and you've divested yourself of James Wiseman. You've saved a few dollars on the tax bill. Nobody gives a shit about that. And you're not, and you don't have size. You don't have shooting. And you're not going to win. You're not winning in the present. And now you just added a 30-year-old player for a 21-year-old player. You just traded a 7'1", 21-year-old player for a 30-year-old role player in decline. I mean, I can't make this shit up. I mean, it's unbelievable. So anybody who's sitting there going rah rah is just ridiculous. Eric says Knox got dealt to Portland. Yeah, well, I didn't even see that aspect of it. But who cares? Because he can't play. I don't care where he goes, because he wasn't going to help them. So I love Gary Payton, but Gary Payton for James Wiseman and James Wiseman's future is selling low. And a year from now, Gary Payton's worse. And 2 years from now, Gary Payton's worse than that. And 3 years from now, Gary Payton's worse than that. And guess who's getting better in the next 3 years, theoretically? James Wiseman. Tyler says, Gary Payton's huge. GP2. I love GP2. Not for James Wiseman. Unbelievable. And Arthur Henry says the only thing that would make this even more ridiculous, bring back DeMarcus. Yeah, that's what we need. That's exactly what we need. DeMarcus. Wow. I mean, Sam says the Warriors couldn't get much for Wiseman. Apparently. Oh my God. Unbelievable. Bruce says, is Wiseman the next Joel Embiid? No, but I mean, come on. First of all, if he's a bust, it's on them. They chose him. Highest lottery pick they had in 25 years, and they picked a bust. So guess what? How about this? How about a press conference and let them all sit up there? Give me Joe, give me his kid, give me his other kid, give me Bob, give me Larry, give me Kerr, give me the entire dais full of Warrior people, and let's ask the question, whose idea was James Wiseman? Because that person should be out. And if that's Kirk Lacob, he should be out. If that was Joe ought to tear down his board and let Larry Harris do it from now on. Whoever picked James Wiseman should be out. That was the highest Warrior lottery pick in 25 years, and he was a bust. So much so that they had to divest themselves of him to save a few bucks. A billionaire trying to save a few bucks. Wow. Oh, wow. I mean, it's just an unbelievable thing. Sam Guile, of course, there is the financial element. It's a business. Money talks, talk shows, walk. Yeah, great. That's awesome. Money talks. How's the money looking? How's the money looking? Wiseman was a bust. He's a bust right now. Seriously, MF says Farhan had a better trade deadline than Bob Myers. Last year, Farhan got more done at the deadline. He did. He got J.D. Davis and some young arms for Big Darren Ruff. Unbelievable. Even if you were the biggest rah-rah Warrior person, and you know what? Sam, Lamborghinis are a waste of money. So's James Wiseman. Unbelievable. Jamal Brown, the Warriors who are undersized traded to get more undersized. Yeah, it'll be awesome. I can't wait too, because there's so many paid idiots who are going to sit there and just say, I love it. It's awesome. And you know the way they're going to come at you. They just traded a guy who wasn't in their rotation for a guy who immediately checks into their rotation. Oh, if it were that simple, right? If it were that simple, it would just be like, oh, yeah, kidding me? Awesome. Incredible. Yeah, GP2 is 30. Wow. So, Sam Guile, I love your show and would not trade you for GP2. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate you. And I'm a lifelong Warrior fan. And you know what? I didn't get a chance to meet James Wiseman, but I brought this up on the live stream last night. There was a play the other day in the game, the whatever game he played it was a couple games ago. He had position under the board. The shot went up. The defensive player just pushed Wiseman like almost all the way to the baseline. So he had no angle at all for the offensive rebound. It did not matter because whoever shot the ball for the Warriors, hit it and the shot swished and, Wiseman just allowed himself to be pushed out of bounds and then jogged down to the other end. But it was that kind of sequence that kind of tells me that James is kind of a marshmallow, that he's not really a fighter, that he's a great, what he is? He's a great prospect on paper. He's a paper prospect. Like if you look at him, you say, 7'1", look at his vert, look at his intelligence, speaks Mandarin. There's all these things that scouts will always use, like, things that they can point to. Hey man, you guys couldn't coach him up. This guy ran 4.3. This guy, lifted 225 19 times at the combine. This guy did the 3-cone drill in 5.77. This guy had a 1.54 10-yard split. He's got the measurables. You guys screwed it up. But ultimately, what your job is as a scout is to take all of it into your equation and come up with the essence of the player. And once you have the essence of the player, then you turn off the projector and go on to the next player. And the Warriors, I don't think, did that. The Warriors, I think, just said, you know what? Look at the traits. He's got this and he's got that and he's got this and he's got that. He only played 3 college games, so they didn't have a ton to go on. But man, what a colossal fail that was. You could have had Tyrese Halliburton. You could have had LaMelo Ball. You could have traded up potentially for Anthony Edwards. Instead, you took this 7-foot kind of marshmallow guy who's not all that tough, has terrible hands, can't rebound, and can't stay healthy, and doesn't have a lot of drive. Whatever his issue is. Okay, but you didn't play him, and I thought at the time, well, I don't like that, but maybe what they're trying to do is by not playing him, they're seeing him in practice. They know his limitations, and so they're trying to protect his value. But then to turn around and trade him for such a low value is just so bad, so bad. And now it's so weak coming on the heels of Durant winding up in Phoenix. I mean, now Phoenix has Devin Booker and CP3 and all these, all this talent, and they have Kevin Durant, and they still have DeAndre Ayton. I mean, look at Phoenix traded for Kevin Durant, and then the Warriors. When I saw the rumors going around for Wiseman, and they were all terrible. It was like, hey, Wiseman for Jakob Poeltl. Ugh, awful. Some unathletic guy who flips the ball up like that. That was going to make my stomach crawl. But every deal that I saw was less impressive than the next. And to say that you were going to, have James Wiseman and you're going to turn him into Caruso, I thought that was kind of, selling low. But to turn him into GP2, who's been hurt all year and is on the wrong side of 30, where does this go? David Hasselhoff says, bad trade. Yeah, it's a good way to sum it up. Arthur Henry, damn you, Steve Kerr. Yeah, I mean, Lee Ving says, if Wiseman becomes anything, the Warriors look stupid. Absolutely. If James Wiseman goes to Detroit and finds himself there, I mean, literally, somebody needs to ask the Warrior brass who drafted Wiseman, who traded Wiseman, and we need a name. Somebody has to be accountable for the drafting of James Wiseman. Somebody has to be accountable for the lack of development of James Wiseman. Somebody has to be accountable for trading James Wiseman at a ridiculous loss. Who is that someone? I need to know. Don't tell us. Don't hide behind the collective we. Take the mouse out of your pocket and somebody have the stones to say it was my call. If Joe Lacob is such a big dog and he's the billionaire and he's such a big dog he can have his kid there, then have his kid step up and say it was my pick and I don't know shit. I mean, seriously, it's like somebody has to own this going forward. It's not enough to just say, we fucked up. Not enough. We need to know whose call was it? Whose call was it to draft him? Who didn't develop him? Who opted to trade him? I want to know. I want to know the answer. And until we get that answer, and then that person has got to be held accountable for this, because this is a colossal fail. You don't get top 2 picks in the NBA draft more than once every 20, 25 years. Doesn't happen. And when you get a pick in the top 3 and you turn it into nothing, and then you make such a colossal fail pick that you have to divest yourself of that pick for a 30-year-old role player with injury problems within 2 years, that's a colossal fail. And it's not going to be okay with, hey, we kind of thought this and no. Who? I need to know who. I need a name. I need to know a name. And that person has to be held accountable. Simple as that. Eric Sully. Wiseman's body has been breaking down, Larry, since day one. Oh, I know. Yeah. He's been hurt. He's been hurt. He missed what 5 weeks with a ankle sprain that supposedly wasn't that bad. Wasn't even a high ankle sprain. Supposedly it was like a low ankle sprain. He missed 20 games. I mean, he missed a ridiculous amount of time. Yeah. But I mean, ultimately, you guys drafted a marshmallow. I need to know who made that evaluation, because that person should not be making evaluations going forward. It's as simple as that. You want to frame somebody on the way out the door, and maybe they're going to frame Myers. Maybe that's why. Maybe Myers was the guy who stood up and said, I need James Wiseman. I got to have James Wiseman. And maybe that's why he's got no contract, because maybe Joe looks at Bob and just laughs and says, hey, man, you told us Wiseman was going to be the guy, and Wiseman stinks. So sorry, miss me with you need a contract extension. You need to be fired. I mean, whoever made this call, it's a fireable offense. It really is. Alex ATL says Wiseman will be an all-star in 5 years' time. I doubt that. I really do. I think he's a marshmallow. But it's their fault for drafting a marshmallow. Portola 45. Wiseman will probably be the starting center for the U.S. 2028 Olympic team. I've got this one from Tyler Burback. Man, Larry, you missed on this one. GP2 is a great fit for the Warriors, and Looney's underrated. Just because GP2 is a great fit doesn't mean that you should divest your investment in the second pick in the draft for a player. And if if I missed it, didn't they miss it? He was on their team last year. They could have re-signed him and kept Wiseman. Am I missing something? I'm the one who missed it. I missed it. They missed it. I like GP2, not for James Wiseman, but I like GP2. And I know Looney's underrated, but he was underrated yesterday too. I mean, so what? Unbelievable. Tim Jacobson, comparing Wiseman to a Lamborghini. Come on, dude. He was the second pick in the draft. That absolutely is. They were hoping he would be a Lamborghini. You paid a Lamborghini price. He was the second pick in the draft. If the Warriors decided they wanted to acquire the second pick in this upcoming draft, they would pay through the nose. You don't get the second pick in the draft for nothing. That's a valuable asset. So yeah, James Wiseman was supposed to be their foundation piece. He was their sizable investment. He was their whatever, their sports car, their Lamborghini, their Ferrari. And what do? They parked it in the garage. They drove it, 3 times, and they sold it a year and a half later for a dramatic loss. Shrewd. I mean, come on, man. I mean, there's no way around it. We got this one. Alex ATL. The Krug Show. I'm really good with spreadsheets. Can I be an NBA GM? Sure, Alex. Why don't you send Joe your resume? If your last name's Lakeup, your chances of getting the job are pretty good. Tyler Burbeck, bro, stop ripping Looney apart. I haven't said anything about Looney. I've yet to say a single word about Looney. I'm not ripping Looney. I'm just saying your Looney is a nice player, and he works hard, and he's worked himself into being a nice player. But he was supposed to ride the bench. James Wiseman was drafted second overall to be the starting freaking center. Unbelievable. Jamal Brown. Wiseman has the upside to be an all-star in the East. Terrible trade. Isn't that funny? That simple little word, upside. How many people have gotten fired because of upside? Hey, let's hire this guy. He's got a lot of upside. Yeah, we got this older guy. We'll move him out. We'll replace him with a young guy. And the young guy has got a lot of upside. You know what that means? He hasn't done shit yet. That's what that means. Upside means you haven't done shit. That's the truth. Arthur Henry. I played eighth grade A basketball in middle school. There you go. I think he meant seventh A's and 8 A's basketball in middle school. Good. Maybe you could be the GM. Krug Show. Slam dunk. Slam dunk. That like button. Thanks for joining the stream. Yeah, by the way, hit like and subscribe. We should tell you we are brought to you by Pig in a Pickle, the title sponsor of the Krug Show. And if you haven't checked out Pig in a Pickle, you need to. It's the best barbecue in the Bay Area. They are the title sponsor of the Krug Show, and they've got 2 locations. They're in Emeryville, in the Emeryville Public Marketplace, and they're open there Wednesday through Sunday in Emeryville, and they're open 7 days a week in Corte Madera. Great spot. Pig in a Pickle, an amazing place. Truly an amazing restaurant. Damon and Mary work at having a great restaurant, and that's really what it takes. You want to have a great restaurant, you got to work at it. You want to be great at anything, you got to work at it. Message to James Wiseman. But you want to have a great restaurant, you got to work at it. And Damon and Mary really do work at it. And they have some amazing barbecue. I mean, truly amazing. The pulled pork, terrific. The baby back ribs, very, very good. The chicken, the barbecue chicken's phenomenal. And you can call your piece. Do you want a thigh? You want a breast? You want the whole chicken? You can do that. They do house-made hot links. But really my favorite is the brisket. And it's just, the marbled brisket is just absolutely amazing. They cook it anywhere between 12 and 16 hours, and it just drinks in all this flavor, and you can cut it with a fork. I mean, it's just, the brisket is amazing. I'm literally drooling right now. In fact, I maybe get a pull of water here, but amazing brisket. The brisket is amazing. It's all amazing, but a couple things that if you go to Pig in a Pickle, you absolutely need to check out. They're open, by the way, in Marin County, 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. You can do takeout. You can, pick it up and bring it home to your family. I will say this: don't roll in there at 7:30 thinking you're going to have your choice of the menu. This is a real barbecue restaurant. Now, what do I mean by that? I mean, they run out. And when they run out, they cook these meats for, the brisket, as I said, for, 14 hours, 16 hours. It's amazing. But when you have to cook something for 16 hours, when you're out, you're out. So they do run out of things. I was there on Saturday and the place was packed and it was a kind of a rainy day. But yeah, they do run out of the brisket. They do run out of some of the things late in the night. So don't show up at 7:30 and say, hey, you know what? I want this and I want that. You might want to show up and just say, hey, Damon, Mary, what's left? We'll take what's left. But the brisket chili is absolutely fantastic. They take big chunks of real beef brisket and they put that right in their chili. And the chili is incredible. It's a little on the hot side, but it's absolutely one of the best chilies I've ever had. It's not your standard chili because it's a brisket chili. It's got big chunks of brisket in it, but it is absolutely amazing. Now, my kid loves the white cheddar mac and cheese, so he always gets that. I've got friends who are like swear by the coleslaw. I like the potato salad. The ranch style beans are incredible. But you also, if you're there now, they don't do this in Emeryville, only in Marin. But if you go check them out in Marin, they have potato chips and they make them once a day and bag them up and sell them for like $5 a bag. And they're kettle chips cooked in beef tallow. And then they season them with the same rub that they put on the barbecue chicken. I'm telling you, the kettle chips alone, cooked in beef fat, are the greatest potato chip I've ever had, and it's not even close. And they sell bags of them. You can get them on the side as well, but they sell bags of them. Seriously, go in there and get the potato chips, the kettle tallow chips. You'll love that. And then the brisket chili is amazing. I did a brisket sandwich with a side of potato salad. Really incredible. They do catering. They've got craft beers. They have a kids menu. They've got a family meal. They've got specials, salads. You can go organic mixed green salad. You can have pulled pork put on that, chilled or hot. You can have beef brisket on your salad. I mean, there's just all kinds of different things you can do. So check out Pig in a Pickle, the new title sponsor of the Krug Show. Once again, open 7 days a week in Corte Madera and 5 days a week in Emeryville. They're at 341 Corte Madera Town Center in Corte Madera in Marin County. And if you're out in the East Bay like me, check them out in the Emeryville Public Marketplace. They're open Wednesday through Sunday in Emeryville. And Frank Red, who is a regular on our live streams, was on the stream last night, and he said, man, or was it, I guess it was a couple nights ago. He said, man, I went to Pig in a Pickle, said it was absolutely amazing, loved it. He went to the location out in Emeryville. So Pig in a Pickle, proud to have them as sponsors of the Krug Show. And thanks to Damon and Mary for being title sponsors of the Krug Show. Vince says, Larry, we did not flip Knox. I thought they did. The young Montana says, Larry's at 13,500 followers. We just got to 13,000. We just got to 13,000 like 2 days ago. So I don't know, now let me check exactly to the minute. We'll tell you how many subscribers we have. They're not followers, by the way, on YouTube. They're subscribers. And if you're one of the couple hundred people in the chat right now, hit like and subscribe. If you hit like, that will help the algorithm, have more people help. It will help more people find our shows. And then if you hit like, or if you hit subscribe, you can be one of our subscribers. Right now, we are at 13,569 subs, and we were at 13,000 2 days ago. So we've picked up over 3,200, almost 3,300 subscribers in the last 4 weeks alone. We've had over 700,000 views of our channel and the videos and the content on this channel in the last 28 days. So the channel is exploding. I've had people reach out to me who said they want to sponsor. I got involved last night with some conversations with potential sponsors. We have limits to how many sponsors we can take, but there have been a number of people that have reached out to me. So I will say this: if you sponsor the show, I give you an exclusive on whatever your area of expertise is. So like right now, if you came to me and you said, hey man, I got a great Bay Area restaurant, I'd love to sponsor your show. Sorry. I'd love to have you. I'd love to have another sponsor, but Pig in a Pickle's got an exclusive. Talked last night with a realtor who would like to potentially be a sponsor. If he decides to go forward with us, then he's going to be the only realtor that we have in our sponsorship base. So I do offer exclusives to all of my sponsors. And if you want to be a sponsor, just get a hold of me. I mean, I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. You can DM me on Twitter and just tell me who you are, what your business is. I can send you a price list and you can see what it looks like. And we can talk about if we can be, mutually beneficial to one another. And if we can, awesome. And if we can't, no sweat. No big deal. But yeah, the channel is growing by leaps and bounds. Every day we're getting 250 to 300 new subscribers. We also have over 100 now channel members. For $4.99 a month, you can be a channel member, and we give our channel members exclusive content that we don't necessarily give to everybody else. So that's available as well. But I can't even tell all the people in the chat how thankful I am for each and every one of you. And I'd love to take some video calls. So why don't we do this? I'll put the video link if you want to jump in via video call. I'll put that in the chat right now. So I just put that in the video chat or in the chat. So if you want to jump in, feel free. In fact, Shardal, I think, is here. Shardal, how are you? Shardal, are you there? All right, we'll do this. We'll have to. Shardal was in the studio, then he was hanging out in the back room. So sorry, Shardall, we're kicking you out of the studio. But but if you want to jump in and be one of our video callers, I'd love to hear from some of you in the on the video calls. The video calls to me, I mean, as somebody who's done radio since the mid 90s, I always love taking calls because to me, the audience knows as much or more than any of us hosts. You guys are the fans. You guys are riding and dying with your teams. So you guys have, just as strong knowledge or opinions as any of us. And so I always love to hear directly from the fans. But the video calls are even cooler because you get to see people in their own setting and their own background, and it's just a little bit more personal. Our buddy Jim Molay says Knox also went to Portland. So Knox is okay. Jason Neal says Looney is okay. He isn't great. I actually think Looney is super underrated, but you're right. He's not great. He's serviceable and really kind of underrated, really. Brandon Wallace says Wiseman's going to ride the bench, injured, and out of the league in 2 years. I would bet you that's not the case. I don't think he'll be out of the league in 2 years. I do think he's soft. I do. I'm, and there's plenty of examples, and I think his hands stink. It's not that I think James Wiseman's some stud. The Warriors' biggest fail was drafting him. They drafted the wrong guy. But then their plan to bring him along sucked as well. And their development coaches, I mean, they sent Wiseman down to Santa Cruz. Did Delos, the developmental coach, go with him? No. So to me, that's a total disconnect. So you had this big effort to develop him, but the developmental coach that you hired didn't accompany him to Santa Cruz and wasn't down there with him. Seems like it maybe is not a good idea. Jim Molay, did OG fall through or never was a real thing? Yeah, there was some talk the Warriors wanted to trade for OG Anunoby. But, I mean, OG's a big-time player. I'm sure they probably would have had to move Kuminga, and they probably said no. David Hasselhoff says Caruso's bigger, too, and he can guard 2s and 3s. Kid Lau says, my Phoenix Suns are cooking. Yeah, the Suns. Right now, I mean, if you were smart, you'd go put money on the Suns to win the NBA title. Rich says, James Wiseman will be better in 2 weeks. Dennis Fong says, tell it like it is, Larry. Yeah, absolutely. Why not? I mean, seriously, if you're sitting here saying rah, rah Warriors, you're a jackass. Seriously, you don't know basketball because in no world is it wise to screw up your second pick in the draft and then sell low for a 30-year-old backup. I mean, Caruso was selling low. To go for GP2 after you had him last year and you stupidly let him walk out of your building for nothing because you wouldn't want to spend $8 million is just, it was so short-sighted. I can't even speak to it. We've got this one from Phil AM Dubs fan. Give it up, Larry. If the Dubs don't like Wiseman, you can't do anything about it. Why did they draft him with the second pick overall if they didn't like him? It's not about me. It's about them. Alex, Lacob is like the 12th richest owner in the league. Whatever. Who cares? MF, Jed York stock is going up. Yeah, by comparison, it absolutely is. Eric Sully, good point, Larry. LOL, I didn't think of that. Ha ha. Damn you, Lacob. I guess I got to catch up on some of these chats. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it. I mean, I guess if the Warriors made the finals this year, you could say, hey, well, they did right by Steph and they had to do something. And but if they don't make the finals this year, come on, what are you talking about? Why is this good? So now next year, the Pistons have a 22-year-old 7-footer and you have a 31-year-old backup 2-guard. And you already have Klay Thompson at the 2. Jordan Poole could play the 2. Dante DiVincenzo could play the 2. So you took like maybe one of your most loaded positions and added another player to it. And that's a good move. Elmer Arana, what do you think about the Kings? Well, the Kings got Walker Kessler, right? That's not terrible. Did the Kings make another move today? No. I don't think they did. Let me see if I can see it. I don't know if the Kings made another move today, but Walker Kessler, yeah, They took advantage of a team that was in a bad financial way, and they got a decent piece for Walker Kessler. But overall, the big winner here are the Suns. They wind up getting Kevin Durant. And they did, they trade Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, Cam Johnson, 4 first-round picks and a pick swap. And now they're the front runner in the West. I mean, the Suns are now this immediate title favorite. I mean, you've got KD, Devin Booker, Chris Paul, DeAndre Ayton, all in their new starting 5. And now you still got guys like Torrey Craig and Josh Okogie. I mean, they beat the Warriors with guys like Craig and Okogie. Imagine what they're going to do with KD. The Spurs, by the way, did waive Dwayne Dedmon. So I guess if Golden State wants to pick up Dedmon, he's probably going to be out there in the buyout market. Or the free agent market. He's out there. So, I mean, I imagine there's going to be another big man added here. There's speculation that the Pistons could buy out Nerlens Noel. But it's not that I don't like GP2 or that I think James Wiseman's a stud. I think James Wiseman's a marshmallow, and I like GP2, but I don't like trading James Wiseman for GP2. I mean, the value is just not the same at all. So I don't, to me, I mean, I guess your value is whatever somebody's willing to pay for you, but, or pay for it. But personally, I just think that is, it's almost like Bob Myers and Joe Lacob said, hey, the Suns did something. We can't do nothing. Oh, okay. We got to do something. Well, we're not trading Kuminga, and, we're not getting any good offers for Moody. We'll just get out of James Wiseman and try to save a few bucks and get down the road. Okay. But I mean, this deal has enormous potential to look really, really bad. Why? Because GP2 has been hurt, and he's going to get more hurt as he gets older. And then you've got a player who's a role player who's hurt, who's, in his 30s. And then James Wiseman's an ascending young player on a really talented Pistons team that has Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey. So in a lot of ways, James Wiseman walks into an ideal situation because now he's going to be allowed to just play. And with the Warriors, he was never allowed to just play. It was always, he had to do this, he had to do that, he had to fit in. I will say this, though, James Wiseman, just watching him, he looks super intrigued by his face-up game, and he does not at all have the big man mentality. Like, he doesn't have this, hey, nobody's dunking on my bucket. He doesn't take it personally. He doesn't. And his rebounding, subpar. His hands, subpar. His feel, subpar. So it's not like he's good, but I mean, they drafted the wrong guy. But I still think, the game plan this year should have been build up James's value if you want to move him, and move him for some young pieces. Saddiq Bey at least is a young piece to the puzzle. The 5 second-round picks suck, but you know what? At least you have 5 future assets to get better. Now, what do you have? You got a 30-year-old hurt 2-guard role player and who's probably played his best basketball, and you just moved a young big man who's got a big future down the road. MF says 95-7 the game doesn't talk Giants a lot. Yeah, they love the Warriors, so they'll be talking about this. But the thing is, you can talk about this all you want, but if you're too rah-rah Warriors, the fans are just going to rise up and look at you as a fraud. G-Code Travels Vlog says, why even keep Iguodala? Save money, get rid of his contract. Seriously, if you're dead set on getting rid of anybody who doesn't contribute jack and cost you money, then Iguodala should have been gotten rid of weeks ago, months ago. So I mean that's that. But Iguodala is a buddy of Kerr, and he's and I'll say this too about the Warriors. The one thing that was really kind of sickening about the Warriors this year is that they weren't a team. They aren't a team. They're 2 teams. And everybody from their announcers to their radio station to the coach to the assistant coaches to the players on the team, when anybody talks about this team, they don't talk about this team. They talk about factions of this team. Well, the young guys, well, the old guys, well, this core, well, that core. What about the core? Because that's where it's at. Draymond, when people were pointing the fingers at the Warriors struggling earlier, it was like, well, it's not me. It's not Clay. It's not Steph. It's not Wiggins. It's not the old guys. It's the young guys. It's like when you have a team, I mean, every team in the league in any sport, except for the San Francisco Giants for the most part, have old guys and young guys on their team. Every team is a mix mosh of some old and some new. But the 49ers had like 14 rookies this year. I don't remember Trent Williams saying, well, the old guys, and then the young guys, the new guys, there's no reference to two different teams. It's just the guys. You know what? Drake Jackson's on the team. So's Trent. They're not on two different teams. They're on the same team. The Niners had tons of rookies and a few sprinkled veterans. They didn't make this big differentiation between the old guys and the young guys, but the Warriors did all year. All year. Well, the young guys, but then the old guys, and then the young guys, and then the old. What about the team? What about the whole team? And to me, it's like you had different agendas, people pulling, you generally, in whatever business you're in, if you're going to have any success, everybody's got to be pulling on the same end of the rope. Everybody's got to be going for the same goal. You can't be like, well, it's this department versus that department. It's these people versus those people. Well, we're not playing well, but it's not my fault. It's those guys' fault. It's like, dude, you're all on the same freaking team, and it's like, I think their chemistry this year is probably not that great because it's too much the old guys and the young guys. And it's like the old guys are made men and they can do anything they want and say anything they want because they've got rings and they're the old guys. And the young guys, no matter what they do, it's like not good enough because they don't have any pelts on the wall. They don't have any Larry O'Brien trophies. They don't have any championships. They're the young guys. It's like, how's that serving the team? How's that doing well by the how's that building chemistry? How's that bringing the team closer together when you constantly are talking about old guys versus young guys? I mean, to me, you can't listen to a Warrior conversation without hearing the different factions of the team represented. That's not good. That is not good. It's not good to say, hey, it's not my fault. It's the young guys. And the young guys, well, we're not getting old. It's the old guys that are getting old. But that's how this team has, that's why that's the challenge of the two timelines is that you got some guys who they're already made men and you got other guys trying to cut their teeth and make a name for themselves. And the chances of it working, I thought I liked it on paper. The idea of saying goodbye to GP2, Bielitsa, and Otto Porter for James Wiseman, Jonathan Kuminga, and Moses Moody. Thought it made sense. Thought it made a lot of sense. But you had to commit to the early season minutes for those guys, and Steve never did. So they didn't have a consistent pattern of play. He didn't have a solid game plan. And then it was like once they started losing games, it was like, well, it's not the old guys that are losing it's the young guys. Well, who cares? They're NBA regular season games. Nothing is more meaningless than NBA regular season games, especially in the first half of the year. But instead, it was like, oh, the young guys are costing us wins. Oh, can't have that happen. Sit them down. The young guys are costing us. Send them to the G League. It's unfortunate. Shardal wants to jump in here. Shardal, go ahead. You want to share your thoughts? We saw you jump in.
Hey, I think this, Wiseman was, they could have drafted somebody better than Wiseman, Like, I think this was a waste of a draft pick. I think.
Yeah.
It was
They
horrible.
took the wrong guy.
Who do you think they could have gotten somebody better than Wiseman?
What do you mean? Do I think they passed on LaMelo Ball?
No, I mean like,
Didn't LaMelo make an All-Star team?
but like
They
Barry Baller
passed on
bought a
Tyrese
Wiseman.
Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton's world's better than James Wiseman right now.
Yeah, if you look on Twitter, Barry Baller 18 bought a Wiseman jersey, and then he felt bad about it. He's going back to the Goodwill store to return it.
Who is Baller? Yeah.
Barry
Yeah,
Baller 18.
poor Baller. Baller bought a
a
jersey and now he's got to get rid of it.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's another thing. I mean, it's like, you know, if Baller told you his story, hey, I spent X on a jersey and I'm selling it today for, you know, a loss. That wasn't a good investment by him either.
Yeah,
That's a minor investment. That's a
yeah,
jersey investment.
I mean, why is it when he knows that, you know, a player's like he got drafted and he bought it, he should have known that, you know, it's a bad investment.
Well, I mean, first of all, I'm not concerned about Baller buying a jersey. Heck, like lots of fans, people buy jerseys all the time. And you know, I mean, you buy a jersey, the player's going to be great or he's not going to be great. And that's you cut your losses and you move on. But, I mean, they're in a weird spot now because it's like they went young, they got this pick, they drafted him, they devalued him, they ruined his value, and then they just pawned him for a 31-year-old kind of dinged up defensive guard who they could have had and should have retained in the offseason. So it's like, wow. I mean, it's like, where is the consistent building philosophy? I don't see one. I see a bunch of cooks in the kitchen and just kind of try this, try that, try this, try that. We'll see. I mean, I'll say this, and I've said it a couple times. If they go to the finals this year, way to go. Then they made the right move. If they don't go to the finals next year, this is going to look really bad, because Gary Payton's probably already played his best basketball and is probably on the decline. And James Wiseman is 21 and probably ascending, right? So, you know, if James Wiseman figures it out at all, the Warriors are going to look terrible.
I mean, like when you look at the Warriors game, I know it was a disappointing loss. You know, we lost by 3. You know, but you're playing against Lillard. I mean, like he's the best player like on the Blazers.
What's Willard's
point?
I didn't see what Willard said. What did Willard say?
No, Lillard got a triple-double.
Excuse me?
Damian Lillard.
Lillard. I think he said Willard.
He got a triple-double.
Oh, Dame Lillard. What about him last night?
He got a triple-double. And he was incredible yesterday. Like he was like firing on all cylinders yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, believe me, it will be nice to have GP2 on Ja, on Lillard, on anybody. I mean, why could the Warriors not see the value of GP2 last year? They underplayed him last year. Then they lowballed him in free agency, and then he walked.
Because like when you look at Damian Lillard, anytime you get put on Damian Lillard, he's gonna kill you every single time. He might shoot a 3 on you. He might post you. He might get a jumper over you. Any way possible, he's gonna kill you. He'll do it because he's a really good shooter.
Yeah, Lillard's a great player for sure. G-Code Travels Vlog says, does this move mean more money to extend Draymond? I don't think that's going to be the case. I get the feeling that Draymond's probably going to be gone at the end of the year. SG Sports Talk channel just became a YouTube member. Shardal, we just said goodbye to Shardal, and he is joined as a YouTube member. Motivation Gaming, I think us getting GP2 helps us, but doesn't get us anywhere near a championship. Yeah, I mean, come on. You know, if it doesn't net you a championship, is it a good move? Because you sold the future for the present. So is that a good move? I would say this is kind of pushes your cards into the center of the table on winning. Phil AM Dubs fan says Lacob can do whatever he wants at the Krug Show. Is it a good decision? No, but what can you do? Yeah, okay. Here's the thing: they know James Wiseman better than us. So if James Wiseman is truly inept and really can't play a lick, then you just got out from underneath James Wiseman and you replaced him with GP2. I guess my big concern was I really think on a team that got beat last night so badly, where they minus 15 on the glass and minus 24 points in the paint, they just got eviscerated inside. And you're going to trade your one big man athletic young piece for a backup two guard defender. I don't know. I mean, does it make you better? What's the solution here? I guess one thing I need to know is, yeah, Klarsard said the Warriors got fleeced twice in one day. Yeah. I mean, literally, and I might put this up on Twitter. If you could have Saddiq Bey, 5 number 2s, or GP2, what would you take? And I would take Saddiq Bey. I mean, I like GP2, but I would definitely take Saddiq Bey. And then number 2, I would take the flexibility of those 5 second-round picks. Now, if I thought I was right there on the verge of a title, if I thought I was literally like a GP2 type defensive player from winning the title, maybe that makes sense. I don't believe that. Do you guys believe that? Jim Malay says, who on the Dubs guards Durant now? No doubt. It's Wiggins. It's going to be Wiggins. Corey Cooper says, today really highlights the mistake of the Warriors just not extending and signing GP2 last season. It's amazing. There's that old saying, they don't appreciate you till you're gone. This is a classic example of that. This guy did this for you. Nobody had a better seat for GP2's snuff jobs than Steve Kerr and Bob Myers. And they let him walk. So, I mean, nobody saw more of him. I will say this, though. Nobody saw more. We saw James Wiseman in the limited action on the floor. They saw him in practice. So maybe James Wiseman is truly a bust, a true bust. And that they're, I'll say this, too. That's the other angle here. There's no doubt James is younger and with way more upside. There's no doubt that Peyton is older and way more injured. But the Warriors know what James Wiseman is more than we do because they're seeing him in practice. If he's a marshmallow, they know it. If he can't play dead, they know it. They know more about James than we do. So, yeah, on the surface, I hate this trade because it's such an impossible trade to win. How do you win this trade? The only way you win this trade is if you go to the finals and maybe win it. And if that happens, maybe you won the trade and I'll take it all back. But outside of that, how do you win this trade? How do you win a trade when you're trading a 21-year-old 7-footer for a 31-year-old 6'5", 6'3" defensive player who doesn't have a lot of offense? It's the only way the Warriors win this trade is if James Wiseman is awful and that his value today is not lower than what it's going to be in the future. That it is possible, folks, and it needs to be said in defense of the Warriors. Now I'm defending them. But in defense of the Warriors, it is possible that James Wiseman, that his value is going to be less in the future than it is right now. It's possible. There's no guarantee his value is going to be higher. Now, he is 21. He is incredibly intelligent. He speaks Mandarin more than I can do. So maybe there's some upside potential. But let's just say they've seen him and they know him and they think he's a marshmallow who's going to bounce out of the league in a couple of years. If that's the scenario, that he's a marshmallow, can't play, has no toughness, no fight, no game, no future, then getting GP2 is still today appears to be selling low, but it may be the best move. It may be the best move. I still would rather have Saddiq Bey because look where the Warriors are right now. Saddiq Bey is a young combo 3-4 who can shoot the ball and has a high basketball IQ and has a lot of years left. To me, that was the no-brainer. It's like I take Saddiq Bey and hold on to him, and you could play him at 3, you could play him at 4. Gives you a shooter at 4. He gives you he's a stretch 4, or he could be. I think he's really a smart basketball player. I liked him at Villanova. But I mean, to me, that would have been a better. I think I'd be much more encouraged today if they traded James Wiseman for Saddiq Bey. The fact that they then made this trade with Saddiq Bey, get the 5-2s, turn them around on Portland, and now you're bringing back GP2. It's like you're just admitting that you screwed up. You're just admitting that you made a huge, colossal error in letting GP2, walk out the door. I mean, you made a mistake. Tyler says, stop ripping on GP2. He's a Warrior fan favorite. I like GP2. Not ripping him. Just saying it's trading a 30-year-old guy who's played 14 games, a 2-guard who's had physical problems, trading for that guy and trading your 21-year-old second pick in the draft center really before you ever gave him extended run to find out what you had. That's what I'm ripping. I'm not ripping GP2. I'm ripping the Warriors' handling of the entire Wiseman experience from start to finish. That is what deserves ripping. Clarsard 49. Bob Myers is making Farhan Zaidi look smart. Yeah, Bob. I mean, come on, man. It's almost hard. It's hard to defend this one. Tyler says Saddiq Bey wouldn't be starting. Should be. He's a tremendous player. Wasn't it Saddiq Bey like 2 weeks ago that beat the Warriors with a last second shot? Saddiq Bey's nice. I mean, so, first of all, you don't have guess what? Your starters would be Looney, Draymond, Wiggins. So what? I'll say this, Saddiq Bey would be an outstanding rotation piece for the Golden State Warriors. And he unlike GP2, Saddiq Bey has got his whole career in front of him. He's getting better. Phil AM Dubs fan says they had Saddiq for 5 minutes. Yeah. For 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Moses says, what do you think of the Lakers now, Krug? I like the Lakers. I like that. I like them getting Jared Vanderbilt. Today they got Mo Bamba, right? Now it's about the buyout market. I mean, that's the other thing too. The Warriors, I think, were thinking, hey, we don't need to do anything at the trade deadline because we'll be one of the most coveted landing spots in the buyout market. And that is no longer the case. I don't think people are going to come to the Warriors in the buyout market, at least not as their first choice. If you were a free agent or a player that was bought out, would you go sign with the Warriors or would you go sign with Phoenix? If you were really ring chasing, wouldn't you go sign with Phoenix? I think that makes sense. But for the Lakers, they got rid of Russell Westbrook. He had just gotten into a fight with Darvin Ham. And, they turned Westbrook into some useful pieces. So I think the Lakers have done a nice job. They traded Thomas Bryant today as well for not much. Let me see exactly. But no, I think the Lakers, all things being equal, I was shocked at what the Lakers were able to do. I thought that they were kind of almost like between a rock and a hard place with not a lot of options. This one's kind of interesting. Shams is reporting that the Hornets, who just acquired Reggie Jackson, may buy him out. So basically, the he was traded to the Charlotte Hornets for Mason Plumlee. Clippers dealt Reggie Jackson to Charlotte, and now Charlotte's gonna buy out Reggie Jackson. I'll say this now: I'm a huge Reggie Jackson fan. Reggie Jackson in the playoffs last year was a revelation. I mean, he was really, really good. I mean, or was it 2 years ago? He looked really good in the playoffs. It was either last year or the year before. I like Reggie Jackson. I think he's kind of underrated, to be honest. As far as what's the Warriors' piggyback move, maybe it's Dwayne Dedmon. You know, I mean, I could see them. To me, that makes sense. Dwayne Dedmon makes sense. He's a big man. They still lack size. So, I mean, it's, if you look at it, I would say one of the main winners today, I think the Bucks getting Jay Crowder is a win for them. The Clippers got Eric Gordon and Bones Highland, dealt John Wall to the Rockets. And, I think the Clippers may have been one of the winners. Suns obviously are the big winner, getting KD. The Blazers wind up getting Tybal from the Sixers in a 3-way deal. That's interesting. So, I mean, it's funny. The Nets trade Durant and TJ Warren to the Suns for Cam Johnson, Mikal Bridges, Jay Crowder, 4 firsts, and a pick swap. That was obviously the biggest trade. And then Wednesday night, Lakers made a deal to land D'Lo, Malik Beasley, and Jared Vanderbilt. And I think there were a lot of reports the Warriors wanted Vanderbilt and Beasley. And that trade sent Mike Conley and picks to the T-Wolves, and Russell Westbrook and a 2027 first-round pick go to Utah. We saw Portland trade Josh Hart to the Knicks for Cam Reddish and a future number 1. And, of course, we saw Dallas pick up Kyrie Irving and Markieff Morris in a deal for Dorian Finney-Smith, Spencer Dinwiddie, and draft picks. So, I mean, there's been a number. I would say, the Suns are the ultimate winner. The Suns are clearly the big winner here because they are now the title favorite. And it's amazing. I'm sure in Phoenix, today they were thinking they were going to be talking about the Super Bowl all day. And now they're talking about, the NBA and winning a title. So, I mean, how quickly things change in pro sports, right? I mean, yesterday, you're thinking one way. Today, suddenly it's something else. But that's how things, that's how quickly things change. But yeah, if you look at some of the, supposedly the Wizards are working on a buyout for Will Barton. I would imagine Nerlens Noel, maybe the Pistons buy him out. Maybe he's the big man that replaces James Wiseman. Maybe they can get a JaVale McGee, somebody like that. The Pacers are going to waive Serge Ibaka, according to Shams. Serge Ibaka might be that big. He's 33. His body's breaking down on him. It's funny. Ibaka looked really like he had found the fountain of youth. Then he had back surgery a couple years ago, and he's just not quite the same player anymore. I mean, he's played in 16 games this year with the Bucks. He averaged 4 points a game, 11 minutes a game. But he's a big man who can do two things. He can block shots and he can shoot the 3 ball. So, I mean, I definitely would have interest in that. I'd have interest in him. So as far as, guys staying put, I thought Bojan Bogdanovic was likely to get moved. He was not moved. According to Shams, the Warriors made a substantial run at OG Anunoby, only to fall short there. There was a lot of talk that Toronto was going to blow it up. They didn't. There was a lot of talk that the Bulls were going to blow it up. They didn't. I thought there was a very good chance that DeRozan or Levine or Caruso or Vucevic would somehow be traded and the Bulls would have a major trade to announce. Didn't happen. Bulls sat on their hands for the most part. There was a lot of talk that Dallas was going to move Christian Wood. Mark Stein has been reporting that the Mavericks were going to try to move Christian Wood. They weren't able to move Wood, so he's there. One interesting deal that could impact the chase for the title is that the Celtics made a trade with OKC, and the Thunder get the Celtics 2029 second round pick, and the Celtics get Mike Muscala. And you think of Muscala, he's had a pretty good career, really. He's played a decade in the league. He's 31. He's been in OKC the last few years, but since joining them in 2019, Muscala is a good player. He can shoot the three. He averaged 7 points a game, 3 rebounds a game, only 14 and a half minutes per game. And you're talking about a big man who can really shoot the three. He shot threes. This year, he's made 1.5 threes per game, and he's shooting it at a 39.2% clip. So in a lot of ways, I think the Celtics may be one of the big winners. He's not, you think of Mike Muscala, you don't think impact player at all. But, Robert Williams, Al Horford, these guys have had injuries. And now here comes Muscala, who's a, veteran, who's been there and done it and can shoot the ball, stretch the floor. The one thing I was impressed with the Celtics in the finals is that they do a really nice job of keeping the floor spread. They spread the floor and then they keep it spread and they make you defend the entire floor. And Muscala is going to help them in that regard as well, because that's what he does. He's a floor stretching big who can shoot, especially that corner three. And I think for Boston, that's kind of nice. That's kind of a nice one. Khalid Ibrahim says, I like GP2 more than Sadiq. I'm not sure why. Sadiq is a hard-nosed player, and Sadiq, I think, plays both ends of the floor. GP2 is a defensive stopper, but offensively, what is he? He's more of a dunker. So that's how I see that. Sherpagny says, Larry, the argument. Well, no, I don't. Here's the thing. Some people, okay. He says, it was part of another thing. He says, Sherpagny says, the argument you made for Wiseman is the same for Trey. It's a little different from the standpoint of the Niners really like the makeup of Trey Lance. They like everything about Trey Lance's makeup. I think the Warriors think that Wiseman's soft. There's nothing soft about Trey Lance. Trey Lance has got exactly, I will say this, they are similar. It's interesting that you bring him up. They are similar in that they're both outstanding prospects on paper. I mean, you look at Trey and you're like, wow, the size, the speed, the athleticism, the arm strength, the touchdown to interception ratio, the success that he had at the FCS level. There's several things that you can point to about Trey. And they're both kind of like a little bit projections, right? Because I think Trey's got traits, and now it's about projecting those traits. And Wiseman had traits, and you saw that those traits didn't add up to anything. It wasn't projectable. I mean, you could project it, but it wasn't being realized in real time in the present. So, yeah, they are similar. They're similar in the standpoint of the Warriors never felt like they had a place where they could develop James Wiseman. And you get the feeling that the 49ers don't have the patience to go 8-9 next year and play Trey Lance. They don't. And by the way, I saw George Kittle today said that he thought Brock Purdy was the number one quarterback, which is obvious. I mean, it's obvious that Brock Purdy played better than Trey Lance. But it's not necessarily fair because he had McCaffrey, Trey didn't. Trey had a small sample size. But, what I loved about listening to Trey do the interview yesterday with Rich Eisen is just that everything that I think about Trey as a person is absolutely spot on. He's a great person. and he's got a lot of the traits that you're looking for. He may have all of the traits that you're looking for. And what I also love about Trey is he doesn't look at Brock and say, "Oh, Brock's in front of me. I want out." He seems like he's taking it the way that he should take it, which is, wow, Brock had a lot of success. I can learn from that success and have a lot of success myself. Um, he doesn't seem like he begrudges Brock the success he's had. He doesn't seem like he's going to make a demand that says, "Hey, Kyle, start me or trade me." I don't think that's coming. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's coming with Trey. And I heard everything I heard about Trey, like I'm honored just to have the ability to compete. I mean, the Niners got that right. They got the right kid, man. They got the right person. And I think that was a big, I mean, I haven't talked to John Lynch or Kyle Shanahan about this, but I'd venture a guess that a huge portion of their evaluation of Trey Lance as a prospect came down to what Trey is as a man, as a person, between the ears, in his chest. They have a really good feeling about Trey the person. Is he there yet? No. Does he need development? Yes. Was he drafted on traits and a little bit of a projection? Yes. Is it a lock that he's going to become a great quarterback? No, it's not a lock. But I like the chances because I like the kid. And the road scouts that I know who had that part of the country, who rolled up through Fargo and had a chance to go on campus over the last couple of years and meet Trey and investigate him and talk to their coaches, talk to the players, watch their film. Every guy that I've talked to, and there's more than 4 or 5 of them, said, "You know what? This is a great kid who he may not have a great future, but he's a tremendous person. And if anybody's got a chance to fulfill the potential, the vast potential that Trey Lance has, it's Trey, because he's going to work at it and it's important to him. And in football's the family business. And he's not some workout warrior who can't play the game. He's a quarterback who needs development. And I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see it. And you know what? Harbaugh used to say iron sharpens iron. Well, you know what? Nothing more true could be stated. I mean, I think Trey is going to make Brock better because he's going to make it so that Brock's got to compete for that job. Brock's not going to be handed that job next year. He's going to have to compete, and he's going to have to be better than Trey. And Trey has a tremendous amount of talent. So that's going to make Brock better to have somebody right there ready to take his job if he falls back at all. And then I think Brock is the ideal guy for Trey too, because Trey needs a template. He needs somebody to watch who is not a 15-year veteran, somebody who's going through it like he's going through it for the first time. And so he can, and I think Brock does so many of the nuances of quarterback. He plays quarterback with so many nuances, and he has mastered so many of the nuances of the position, more so that I can almost remember any rookie quarterback. And that is going to be great for Trey, because Trey's going to get a chance to watch that and learn from that and kind of live vicariously through Brock in his development. And I can't wait to see what comes of it. I think it's going to be a tremendous deal for the Niners. Either Trey's going to fulfill his incredible potential and become the next Mahomes, or Brock's going to fulfill his potential and become, the next super efficient, quarterback with underwhelming physical traits. But I think they're covered there. I think they're covered. And I get the feeling that Trey's going to be like, I'm going to work my ass off. And if I lose this competition, I'm just going to keep working. And that's what you want. That's exactly what you want. Mole says, Joe Lacob got any half-court presentations coming up soon? Asking for a friend. Yeah. Boo! Yeah. If Joe Lacob took center court tonight, would Rick Barry say, "Hey, people, I know this guy. Don't boo this guy"? I don't know. I'm not really sure. That's a good one, Mole. Makes me laugh. Admin Honor says Warriors have no future. Arthur Henry, this is bad. Ivan Perez or Ivan Perez, sorry, Ivan, says Warriors played always without a big man. They'll be fine. It is true. That is true. It's not like they're used to playing with a big. They haven't really played with bigs. Clarsard says, hey man, at least the Niners free agency starts next month. Oh, we're going to be all over that. Absolutely all over NFL free agency. Keep it locked on the Krug Show for all of your late breaking NFL free agency news and notes. This one is interesting. Trey Underwood. Watch, they also signed the two-way guys to guaranteed contracts. Now it's a matter of, I mean, I'm not an Anthony Lamb fan. I like Ty Jerome a little bit, but there's been games where I'm like, what the hell's Ty Jerome getting done out there? So I don't get it. And I'll say this. I really thought the Warriors brain trust kind of implicated themselves by, okay, you're going to kiss off the veterans at the end of the year for the rookies, but then you're going to not play those rookies and go sign guys like Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome. And you're going to start giving Anthony Lamb and Ty Jerome minutes while you're not giving minutes to the young players you drafted. And all because what? You can't afford to lose games? You're 500. You're horrendous on the road. Why couldn't the Warriors have played James Wiseman and Moses Moody on the road in the first half of the year? Were they going to be worse than 7-19? I don't think so. I think the Warriors just mishandled this thing top to bottom. I really do. I like the Warriors and I like some of the people over there, but come on, they mishandled this thing. You drafted the wrong guy. Not sure why. Then you didn't put that guy on the floor. Then you devalued him. And then you jumped off at a loss. I mean, it's like, how not to handle the second pick in the draft by the Golden State Warriors. I mean, they could literally, at this point, write a book. Motivation says Wiseman was obviously not a good fit. Would have been nice to know that, before they invested the second pick in the draft in him. Tanyan, I was really excited for Saddiq Bey. I like GP2, but I was kind of bummed not keeping Saddiq. Of course, Saddiq Bey is 23 years old, 24 years old. He's whatever. He's a young man with an incredible upside who hasn't played his best basketball. GP2 was last year's story, and it's just a reminder to everybody that you screwed up letting him walk as a free agent, and now you're investing in him, and you get him for his age 30, 31, 32, 33 seasons. Yeah. David Hasselhoff, would you accept Ryan's narrative now, Larry? Would you let LeBron James come next year to the Warriors? No, LeBron. Do Warrior fans want LeBron? I don't. I'm a Warrior fan. I don't want LeBron. Why do the Warriors want to be a part of LeBron James cherry picking more championships? I don't want to see that. I don't want to see LeBron get more championships that he doesn't deserve. So what? So he can stand up there and tell us all that he's better than Jordan? I mean, that was a joke. LeBron, there's an entire, if you just look at the difference between Jordan and LeBron, just in the net difference between their accomplishments, there's actually Danny wants to jump in here. We'll send Danny a link here. Hold on, Danny. We'll get you a link, Danny. But let me get Danny a link here, and then he can join us. There you go, Danny. Sorry about that. Come on in, the great Dan Coach Emilio. I thought Rye. Now I'm seeing Rye was trying to get in here too. Rye, I'm apologizing that you're not getting in. Let me see here. Let me try to invite Rye as well. I thought Rye was already here. He's not. There it is. All right. I've invited you both. And sorry, gentlemen, did not see the text that you guys were there. waiting. I was wondering. I said we discussed we were going to go live, and then nobody jumped in. I was like, "Well, where's Rye? Where's Danny?" Danny, what'd you think? What'd you think? I've been going off on this. I hate this move. I would have rather had Sadiq Bey. I would have rather had the 5 second-round picks. I like GP2, but I don't like him for James Wiseman. And I think I'd like to know who drafted James Wiseman, who didn't develop James Wiseman, and who traded James Wiseman.
Well, you were okay. I was just checking in, getting hooked up here. So
your door's open, by the way. I don't know.
Yeah, I got a new screen door, and I wanted to put it on, but open it up, get some fresh air in here. So probably Buster will start barking here pretty soon.
What was your perspective on what Golden State did or didn't do today? I mean, and do we know for sure? I mean, do you have the finals? Is Knox with them, or did they move?
Yeah, Knox is with them as of right now. I personally like this move a lot. And
you actually suggested this move.
I did suggest this move a couple weeks ago. Here's why I like this move. When you get into the playoffs, your rotations shorten, and it's all about clamping down defense. One of the biggest problems the Warriors have had this year is a lot of breakdowns defensively. GP2 is going to be out there. I expect GP2 to play 25 minutes a night with this club. I think what you're going to see is the Warriors had the best starting five until possibly last night with Durant. So here comes the chat. Maybe you could kill those. It's like unbelievable as soon as I get in.
Hold on a second. Let me play one of the super chats. Motivation Gaming. Unfortunately, most likely
I know who you are.
Likely won't be our year this year.
So here's the deal. With this move, the Warriors got better defensively, and the rotation is very tight now. It's going to be the starting five with Looney, and then you've got 4 key pieces to bring in the rotation. You got Poole, and Kuminga, and DiVincenzo and Payton. There's your 9 deep. And if you need some, they're going to go small. And there's still a possibility that they get either Dedmon or Ibaka on a buyout. Those guys have been, I think both the teams that got
I think there's others too. What about?
Yeah, they're getting released.
What happened to JaVale? Where did he go?
He's still sitting on Dallas.
So he might get bought out.
Yeah.
And Nerlens Noel may get bought out.
Right. So there's a lot of things that can happen. I think the Warriors are have made room. And the one thing about this, I mean, I know it looks like, oh, you could have had GP2 at the time.
Well, yeah, they could have.
But here's the thing. It was going to cost them a tremendous amount of money. And at the time, I think they thought, let's go with Wiseman and Moody and let them develop, and they'll become something. And then they realize, like any good time organization, you recognize your mistakes and you move on. You don't sit there and say, okay, we're going to double down and we're just going to keep Wiseman and he's not going to be developing in our time frame. But we think he's going to be, we're going to keep re-signing him. But I think what you were saying earlier, Larry, I think they probably saw in practice that he is probably not what they thought he was. Coming out of the draft, it was clear, like, okay, you either go with LaMelo and team them up and see if that goes, or you take Anthony Edwards. I mean, the Halliburton thing,
he went kind of like, of course,
you didn't know what he was going to be, and you would have had to probably be better have traded back to do something like that. Yeah, but
I mean, I'll grant you, Halliburton is 2020 hindsight, right? That's 2020 hindsight. But there were people at the time that were calling for Halliburton,
and I don't think LaMelo was a great fit at the time because
they just didn't want any part of LeVar.
Yeah, exactly. You want that type of cancer on the on the West Coast where he lives. He's going to, Charlotte, he's not going to be.
It's not that it's that they took the wrong guy. It's that they didn't develop him. It's that we still don't know if he can play because he hasn't ever been given an extended chance.
Yeah, and I'll tell you this, what I like about the deal, I like for James, he's going to go to a young Detroit team where they've got Cunningham and they've got the other kid who was that
Jaden Ivey.
Jaden Ivey. So let them develop. They're all young 20s. Watch this team, Detroit, in like 4 years, 3-4 years. They may be like the Warriors when they were drafting Steph and Clay and Draymond. That team in 4 to 5 years, Wiseman may be a very solid NBA player for them. I think big men take much longer to develop than a guard or a wing.
All the more reason not to bail out from him than if right now, just because he hasn't developed right now.
Yeah, but it
takes time. Also, you just said it.
Yeah, he does. He needs time, but I think the financial window. See, if they would have just signed Peyton and kept Wiseman and maybe traded Wiseman for something else and got another piece, that would have been great 2020 hindsight. But I believe they thought Wiseman would develop faster than he did. And now it's really what you've done is you've traded salaries. So you haven't really they couldn't afford GP2 and Wiseman at the same time. So now they can afford GP2. And I think he makes more sense for them right now because they are.
Okay, here's my thing. My thing is, if they don't win it this year, how's this a good deal?
Well, I think it puts them right up there with. I still see them in Phoenix as 1-2, whatever way you want to look at it. Whether you put Phoenix 1 and Warriors 2, because I don't think Denver is anything you can count on come the playoffs. Because what has Murray done in the play? It's a different game. Playoffs are going to be a different game. They let them play more. They get more physical. The Warriors are 9 deep right now, and that doesn't even include JaMychal Green. Okay, so they're 9 deep with Kuminga and Poole and DiVincenzo and Peyton GP2. So that when you get into the playoffs, that's a tough defense now. Because we saw what GP could do. GP2, he could lock down any guard. He could lock down any guard.
Oh, that's going to help you against Ja.
Yep.
It's going to help you against Kyrie.
Phoenix. Yep.
It's going to help you. I mean, it's like one of these things. I like GP2. You had him. All you had to do was cut him a check. You chose not to. They picked the wrong lottery pick, and now they didn't develop him, and now they never played him, so we don't really know if he can't play. So what if he can play? Then you lose. Also, Red said it yesterday. He's like, hey man, the Warriors just got destroyed last night, both points in the paint and on the glass. If they're going to move a James Wiseman, they need to bring back a big, and instead they don't. They bring back another small. So I like GP2.
I don't think
but
they're
if
done.
The Warriors don't win this year,
they're not done.
And then you get to next year. Next year, Wiseman's 22. GP2's 31.
Yeah,
GP2 may have 2-3
It's
years. Like I like GP2, but you got to win now. You got to win.
They're going to bring in either a Deadman or a Baca, somebody that's got muscle that can get you rebounds, be a threat, a force. But remember, the game is totally different now. You don't need as much of a big man when it comes to playoffs because everything is Draymond plays. He's 6'6", 6'7". He plays 6'10", 6'11".
Yeah,
I mean, he goes up at the point of the ball with his reach and blocks big guys' shots. Draymond is, I just think with their rotations, with GP2 switching on defense, I think it just really makes them so much more of a defensive strength. And offensively, now you've brought back the baseline lob threat. GP2, remember, he can hit the threes when he's wide open. He'll take that shot. He hit one last night for Portland in the corner, his first shot he took. And I remember him hitting threes last year. I think it's a very solid move. And I think the thing, Larry, what I look at with moving on from Wiseman, it's like you kind of just recognize, hey, maybe we made a mistake. Let's cut our losses and replace him with somebody who knows our system right now, could step in. There's chemistry built immediately. It's there. And he's a fan favorite too.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, it's a no risk, right? Because you're bringing in an entity that you know as a player and as a person.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no surprises. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to sit there and go, well, is GP2 going to know our system? He knows the system. Is GP2's personality going to fit? You know who he is. So there's no risk there. And I love GP2. You know, you and I said it all throughout the finals last year. This guy has an unbelievable amount of value. He's a totally dominant player. He's just dominant on that end of the floor instead of this end of the floor.
Yeah.
But so I like GP2. I'm happy they have GP2. Why? Because GP2 is one of the best. I mean, seriously, I've been watching basketball since 1975. He is one of the best on-ball defenders I have ever seen. Ever.
Absolutely.
Any era. He's got length. He's got strength. I love that they have him, and I can't wait to watch him, you know, give teams just fits.
Oh, you're going to see
I'm separating that from James. I still need to bang on the Warriors for drafting James. I still got to bang on Delos, who's getting probably a 7-figure salary to develop James and didn't. And then I've got to blame the Warriors for selling so low on James. But I mean,
yeah, I think what it really came down to is
this, Danny, I need to see also who's that big in the buyout market.
Yeah, I think it's going to be.
I like a Nerlens Noel. Like if they got Nerlens Noel or if they could add a significant
Deadman, McGee. There's going to be somebody that is going to bring in some rim protection. And they don't need somebody to come in and play 25 minutes. They need someone to come in and play 6 to 12 minutes. That's it. I mean,
but if they don't get out of the West, is this a good trade?
Well,
you are trading a young big for a smaller, somewhat hurt, rotation player.
Here's the thing.
Guard.
If they continue to play Wiseman and he doesn't develop, maybe his value goes down. And maybe they see that. Maybe they're seeing that in practice. They're seeing that he's getting pushed around. He's not a big rebounder. I don't know what it is, why they didn't play him, other than they knew that he wasn't what they thought he was. And when you talk about a second pick in the draft, sometimes guys don't turn out the way you hope they will. This is his, third year? Is this year 3?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they bring him back next year, and now he's up to 12-something million instead of 9.6. The thing is, as far as getting a big bang for your buck in a trade, you would have had to package and sell off a lot more assets because anything really much bigger had bigger salary. So James wasn't going to bring you back anybody, tremendous. I mean, I like the idea what you talked about, Sadiq Bey and Nerlens Noel. I thought that would be a good deal. Yeah. But I really think GP2 fits, I mean, I hate to use the phrase the glove with his dad, but he fits like a glove. He really does fit this system.
Oh no, it's not that he doesn't fit. He fits. I either want to see them do more. Like, for example, I threw out Moses Moody for Chris Duarte. Now, if that trade had been made in addition, Now you're adding another player who's ready to help you, and you're deeper, and you've got some outs. I mean, they said they wanted to get size and outside shooting, and they didn't get size and they didn't get outside shooting. So I personally, a guy like Duarte would have been outside shooting. They did need to improve on the defensive end of the floor. So GP2 is exactly in some ways what the doctor ordered, but to get him for your second pick in the draft is just wow. I mean, when you really think about what the expectations were for James Wiseman and what they turned James Wiseman into, it's like that's a colossal fail. And it's really the only thing that could vindicate the Warriors in any way is if Wiseman just bounces out of the league. Like if he's never anything anywhere, then
I think it could.
Then
I agree.
Advantage Warriors.
I think it could be a win-win. I really do. I think it could be. I mean, in an ideal world, all trades you want to be a win-win if you're making the deal, because hey, Wiseman develops, gets good, becomes a productive NBA player, but GP2 helps them get to possibly another NBA championship. I mean, I think with GP2, this definitely puts the Warriors in position to win the Western Conference and compete
over
for another
Phoenix?
NBA title. I mean, does it happen? I don't know. Phoenix, here's an issue with Phoenix. Okay, they've got a big three now. They got Booker, KD, and CP3, right? That's your supposedly big three.
And
Ayton. But
and some really nice role players on the bench. To be
but
honest.
they've also lost some great defenders and wings and 3 and D. I mean, Mikal Bridges, Cam Johnson were two huge players in their success. Now, where's that defense? What's going to happen in the playoffs when CP3? He's like, what do they call? What did Pat Bev call him? Cone man. Like he's just a cone. He's basically just taking up space on the floor. You can just go around the cone. That's going to be a problem. Playoff basketball is completely different than your 82-game schedule. And the Warriors are gearing up for the playoffs. And I think they're deep. I think when you can play 9 deep.
Who's their backup center?
Draymond. JaMychal Green.
Jim Molet, by the way, says if LeBron comes to the Warriors, he and Draymond will drive us crazy with their
I don't think that's going to happen.
Dub Buds podcast. This is a good one here from Joseph, the designer. He says, we could have and should have signed GP2 last year. This is a horrible trade. We have plenty of capable guards. We need bigs. I mean, that's really is the truth.
Yeah, I don't think they're done. I think Bob Myers and, I think
we're done trading.
You're done trading because the trade deadline's gone, but there is going to be available people in the buyout market, and
they probably will want to go to Phoenix first, right?
Depends. You want to play with Steph? You want to play with system?
You want to win a ring? I mean, they call the buyout market the ring chasers.
Yeah, I mean,
they can't get a ring chaser. You would.
They can't get them all. They can't get them all.
Right? No, you're right.
And there's going to be at least 3.
Do we have anybody that we know is going to be there?
Well, didn't they already buy out Ibaka or release Ibaka today? Released Ibaka and Dedmon. I heard the Spurs were releasing Dedmon.
Yeah, Dedmon got released.
And I thought
Ibaka's hasn't been the same since the injury.
Yeah, but he's a force down low that can give you some rim protection and give you some banging some bodies down there and get some rebounds. You don't need a guy to play a lot of minutes when you have a lot of movable parts. Like I look at the Warriors as very flexible because GP2, if you remember last year, he was playing a 4 position. He could switch and guard Tatum. He could switch and guard. GP2 is not afraid to get dirty down underneath the basket.
No, GP2's tough. He's super tough.
And you got DiVincenzo that's tough. And you got
I said it to you, was it last night or maybe Monday night? I said, it'd be awesome is if they could have DiVincenzo and GP2.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I.
And essentially they have that. What do you think of this? Grilled Cheese says the rumor was that James Wiseman was Joe Lacob's personal pick. Do you think that's the truth?
I have no idea how that went down. I know that
if you want to shake up the Warrior press conference, just ask that question. Throw that question. If you got Kerr, if you got Myers, if you got anybody sitting up there.
Yeah.
Excuse me, quick question. Larry Krueger from the Krug Show. Is it true that James Wiseman was Joe's personal pick? And just shut up from there. And just see what they say.
I'll tell you what. You know, there's something to that, because remember, just before the draft, Clay tore his Achilles, and it was like, oh, we don't have Clay this year. Are they gonna go after LaMelo now? Are they gonna go try and replace Clay's position? No, they went with Wiseman. So what was the reasoning of picking Wiseman? Were they locked on Wiseman? Is locked on? Were they really, somebody had, like you say, Lacob maybe, or did they just feel that was the best fit? I mean, coming out of college, before Wiseman kind of got suspended by the NC2A, it was like, oh, this guy's special. This guy, he's going to
he's only giving us glimpses because it was only 3 games.
Yeah. And so
you're right. In those 3 games, he looked freaking pretty awesome.
Yeah. So you're thinking, man, if this guy can do this, he's got such agility for a big man. He's quick. He's, but we didn't see enough. Also, the Warriors run a very complicated offense that requires lots of cuts, lots of screens. I mean, you got to have a high basketball IQ, right? Well, James hasn't developed that. He hasn't played in any really organized system like that. It was just like, get the ball to James and let him do his thing.
And also you could tell, Danny, he's so in love with his face-up game.
Yeah.
He's a center. He's a guard in a center's body. That's what he is. He's a guard in a center's body.
As Rye said, the mistake, Penny Hardaway said, I trained him to be a guard. Well, you looked at his ball handling. He's always out there.
Yeah, that was a great point, actually, that Rye made on the live stream last night. He brought up that Penny, who coached him at Memphis, admitted that he coached him like a guard.
Yeah. So the fact is, I mean, that's what you had. And I think even since they drafted him 3 years ago, the game's changed even more. It's evolving into more and more of positionalist basketball. I mean, there was still, when they drafted Wiseman, the hope that, the center, you've got Jokic and Embiid and a couple of, true centers in the league that dominate. But you look at their playoff basketball, Jokic and Embiid, they haven't dominated when it comes to playoff basketball. Jokic gets tired. He's out of shit. He can't run with the Warriors. The Warriors can pretty much
run him. We're going to see if the Warriors can defend him this year.
Yeah, I think they can in certain ways, but the key to beating them is to keep him a little further away from the basket, and then don't let the other guys, don't let Murray and what's the other guy's name I'm thinking of?
Traded Highland.
Yeah, they traded him. The Clippers.
Gordon.
Gordon, yeah. Don't let Gordon and Murray beat you, and the other kid with the tall kid, from oh gosh, the kid that had the back problems. Porter.
Oh, Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter, yeah. Don't let him beat you with his shot. So Porter and Murray are shooters. So I don't know. I kind of see Denver as like 4th or 5th personally. Like right now, I have Warriors, Suns, probably Suns 1, Warriors 2. Clippers are right up there, and this is, I think Clippers are.
Clippers made some nice additions.
Yeah, they did. They actually did. Let me grab this call while you go ahead and talk there. I'll mute myself.
Josh says Chris Duarte is much better than Moses Moody. why would the Pacers do that trade? The only reason the Pacers would do a Duarte for Moody trade that I was throwing out earlier this week was just because the 5-year difference in age. Duarte, and the fact that the Pacers are a team that's still building. The Warriors are looking for. We know why the Warriors would typically make that trade. Duarte is more ready to play right now than Moses, but Moses is 5 years younger than Duarte, and even though they were in the same draft class. And so that's why I assumed maybe the Pacers would have interest in Moses, because they're not about the present. They're about the future. So if you make that trade, yeah, maybe the Warriors get a better player, rotation player in the present, but maybe you win the deal in the future. So there's that as well. This is kind of interesting too. From iQuest, he says, assumption that the Warriors' urgent need was athleticism, size, and energy that the lottery picks were going to provide. But Kerr did not believe that. Small ball, college champ, smart conversation counts, or smart conversion counts. Not sure where he's going there. But, somebody said Kevin Love, that the Warriors could pick up Kevin Love. I guess, the thing about the Wiseman thing that I think is an advantage from the trade today is that this whole discussion about James had become tiresome. And this entire focus on a player who's not playing had become a distraction. He obviously is not the player they thought they were getting. Somebody obviously made an incorrect evaluation when they drafted him. But we shouldn't just dwell on it forever. I kind of agree with hey, you make a mistake, admit your mistake and get down the road. I get that. I do get that. So I'm not saying, belabor your mistake forever. I just thought, I guess maybe I was just always hoping that the Warriors could get a 15 or 20 game run for Wiseman going, where he demonstrated some consistency, and then that would increase his value. And then they could get, more, I like the idea of having some young players and extending your window. Just maybe not a 20-year-old. See, that's the thing. I like Saddiq Bey. Why? Because he's a young player who's ready to contribute right now. He would have been a rotation player in his 20s, and I think that really would have helped Golden State for the next couple of years. But it's just a very difficult thing to ask 19 and 20-year-old guys to jump in. Hutch Serves Gaming says, hey, Larry and Danny, hope you're having a great day. Oh, hey, Hutch. It's really sweet of you to say that. Brandon says, I was hoping it would be Lob City in San Francisco with James Wiseman. Yeah, I think we all were. Chardal says, where's Danny? Danny's making a phone call. But we bring in the man who's locked on Warrior basketball. Locked on. Cyrus Satsis. All right, Cy.
Man.
I've been talking for 2 hours and 18 minutes straight. Pretty much. Danny jumped in. Give me your perspective on this thing. I'll just to fill you in quickly so you know where I'm coming from.
All right.
I love GP2. I love the idea of GP2 D'ing up Ja Morant, Kyrie Irving, all of the true alpha ones that exist in this league. I think he's the answer to all those alpha ones. And I never liked the idea of getting rid of him. I would have extended to re-sign him. So I love that they have GP2 coming back. But to be honest, I would have taken Saddiq Bey. I would have preferred Saddiq Bey. And if the Warriors, it's all about when you go trade for a 31-year-old 2-guard, you're all about winning the title this year. If they don't win the title this year, I don't know if it's a good trade. I could make an argument those 5 second-round picks maybe have greater value. I definitely like Saddiq Bey more, and I wanted to keep Saddiq Bey. I'm glad they have GP2, but I also think that I need to know from the Warriors who was responsible for drafting James.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to find that out. Yeah,
who's responsible for developing James, who didn't, and then who ultimately made the decision to trade James, a 21-year-old 7-footer, for, like Red said, he wanted a big coming back. They didn't get a big coming back. They got an older defensive guard. I really only like this trade if Golden State goes on to the finals this year.
Yeah, first of all, Grilled Cheese is right. I'm still wearing the same shirt as last night. I was up until 3 a.m. last night, Larry, listening to two people just arguing endlessly while I said, sorry. Oh, I said, listen, no. Here's the thing. I know you love Saddiq Bey, and for a brief moment, we were all sold on the idea of it because initially the report was that's who they were getting, and then you found out it was a 3-team deal. I absolutely love this deal. I think it took me until February 9th to officially confidently say I think the Warriors are going to repeat as world champions. Gary Payton II isn't just a perimeter defender, although that is like his number one, right, go-to like strength. He can defend bigs. He can defend anyone. In the first round of the playoffs last year, I don't know if you remember, Nikola Jokic was going crazy every time Gary Payton II was playing defense on him. He is a defensive savant. I would confidently say he's the best defensive player in the NBA. This was fantastic. You're right. I don't think we're ever going to find out who was responsible for the James Wiseman draft. Here's another thing that was really awesome about what
Has anybody ever asked that question, by the way? And you've had a bunch of Warrior personnel people on. Have you ever said, hey, by the way, who had the final call on the draft?
I don't think anyone's ever actually asked that because the insinuation is that Bob Myers is responsible, right? And I think he would take responsibility for that. But I'll touch on that in just a second because there's a lot to talk about there. But
maybe that's why he might be on the way out because he is the fall guy.
Or maybe he won't be on the way out. We don't know. I mean, this was such a game changer. I'll say this. It was huge for the Warriors to actually, because the front office is full of huge inflated egos. This is not a group of individuals who comfortably admit they're wrong, but they had to admit that they're wrong in making this trade. So I do give them credit for that. They it was a mea culpa. It was a my bad. We screwed up. Let's fix this thing right.
Hey, you're singing the same tune I am, Si. Exactly what I said.
Danny likes it too.
I love this move. I love this move. I had to step away. I got a business call, but I love the move just because what it does is it creates a 9-deep rotation, and that's about as deep as you're going to go in the playoffs. You got your best starters.
They went 11 last year. Unless you're the Warriors, who went 11 last year.
I mean, when you get deeper into the deeper the run, the shorter the rotation becomes. But they have,
unless you're the Warriors, Dan, who again went 11 last year. But go
on. At times, not. But they do have 10 deep if you include JaMychal Green. Okay,
yes,
they have a solid 10.
You have to count them.
So you've got the best starting 5 in basketball statistically, and now you have a bench of Poole, DiVincenzo, Kuminga, GP2, JaMychal Green, and if you want to go deeper, you can put in, Moody or whoever, Jerome. But as I was saying to Larry before you got on, I don't think they're done. They're going to add a big, whether it be Ibaka or Dedmon, somebody is a backup for the playoffs that will give them some muscle or some rim protection. I still think the buyout market is going to be quite a bit available.
What do you think, Si?
What do you think?
Is there anybody that traveling?
First off, the reason why I would have loved Saddiq Bey, the reason why I'm not a huge fan of, I'm a huge fan of them going with GP2 instead is the one variable that I don't hear people discuss about enough. And this was perhaps the biggest variable for the Warriors last year. And this is why I think they have the advantage over the entire rest of the NBA, even though certain other rosters might have more talent on them, is chemistry. All the Warriors did was improve their chemistry, which was possibly their biggest strength from a year ago. They improved every weakness that they had this year. There was no joy on that bench this year. Their defense was awful. Their opposing three-point shooting is in terms of shooting 3-point percentage. Sorry, I'm having a hard time coming out with this. The Warriors were worse than the NBA defensively, so they had to fix that. They did. They improved their chemistry because this is a player that everyone loves. I do I'm not confident in the team getting one more person. I wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it's Dwayne Dedman because Dwayne Dedman is not necessarily like somebody's. He's a I don't know. He rubs a lot
Who
of
would
people
you
the wrong
want?
way.
Who's the ideal guy in the buyout?
Serge Ibaka, who Dan also mentioned. I think Serge Ibaka would be perfect.
Somebody throw out Kevin Love.
That would be perfect too. I don't know if he's going to be bought out or not, but I would love that as well. But the difference between Kevin Love and Ibaka is Ibaka also gives you some defense. Kevin Love, that's a huge liability for him, but he also is better offensively. Regardless, even if they don't make another move, they're set. I'm happy. I'm fine.
I have them. This is how I have the Western Conference. I've got, whether you want to go 1-2, Phoenix, Golden State, they're interchangeable. To me, they're the top two teams. Then I got the Clippers.
Lakers. Lakers. Are you going to make me? Okay, I'm laughing.
Clippers 3, Memphis 4. I would put 5, 6, Dallas and the Lakers. And I'm not saying this is how they're going to finish in the top 8. Okay. I'm just saying this is how I see them as the best teams. And then, so they got 5, 6. Who else is in there? Trying to think. I mean, to me, that's your top 6 teams. So I don't really see Phoenix. Somehow I think Phoenix will somehow choke with Chris Paul. I think they're going to have chemistry issues. And the fact that what's going to hurt Phoenix is when it comes to the playoffs, is they're going to miss the defense of Mikal Bridges and Cam Johnson, guys that are defenders with length, and they lost a lot of length. When you take Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges off the court, I think
they just replaced him with a guy who's 6'11".
Yeah,
well, just traveling your Queedy says Wiseman is going to have a nice career. He was drafted onto the wrong team. Kerr is not a development coach.
He's not a development coach.
You've been talking about this the entire season.
Correct, but Kerr's also not. He's given up on bigs too. That's why I like Serge Ibaka, because at 6'9", he's about as tall and big as a player as Kerr will have on his roster. What I want to tackle or address is for people like the traveling Urquidez, who for some reason think that these other teams made these drastic improvements. You have no idea if that's going to translate to success on the court. It's just because on paper you create this roster. Look at the Nets. I mean, there's a lot of teams you can look at. The Clippers this season, who still might do something, but I doubt it. Now the thing is, the Warriors matchup, just as one move, makes the Warriors match up with anyone. Someone asked, for example, who's going to guard Kevin Durant? Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green for starters. Yep. I mean, you don't need Gary Payton II to guard those bigs. But what Gary Payton II does is you can put him on Devin Booker now. You could let Klay Thompson and Steph relax a little bit. And this is what another thing I love is I don't know if the Warriors get Dante DiVincenzo if all this didn't transpire the way it did. Like if the Warriors had re-signed Gary Payton II, DiVincenzo is probably not on this roster right now. And now all of a sudden, your bench, you have both DiVincenzo, who can handle the ball and play defense, and Gary Payton II out there for your second unit. Get the hell out of here, man! They're winning the championship.
DiVincenzo, and I said it earlier this week. If you could have DiVincenzo and GP2, that would be nice. What do you think of Joseph Lee's comment? He says, "In saving $131 million too."
It didn't come out that much because the Gary.
That much. What is
it's 30
financial?
It's 30 today. It's $7 million this year, $30 million next year, because Gary Payton II has also. He makes money, and he's
makes
making
$8
under $9
million
a year.
A little over 8, right? 8.7. I don't know who's Moses Lopez. Dan, you're awesome, but no way are the Warriors top 2. They're about 6 teams ahead of them currently.
Bullshit.
What are you smoking?
Is Remilia, by the way, telling the truth, Larry? Am I bringing down your views? If I am, I'm out of here, man. I don't want to take your show. Okay, good.
No, we've been going. Sorry, we're 2.5 hours into this live stream.
No, right. I mean, Moses? Who's name 2 teams better than the Warriors? I'll give you Phoenix.
I mean, first of all, you have to give Phoenix.
Yeah, I'll give you Phoenix. Who's the other one? Who? I mean,
maybe Memphis, because they got
Phoenix, Denver, Memphis. Yeah.
Well, you can take Clippers. You can take Denver and Memphis, but the Warriors will beat them in a series. I'm telling you.
I agree. And that's what all these people like, dude, stop caring so much about the regular season. Like, let that go. This is a team that has in the last 8 years has won a championship on average every other season. They've been there, done that in every scenario you could possibly imagine. People are already forgetting that Stephen Curry is still on this team, still at the peak of his powers. Klay Thompson is doing nothing but this, accelerating in terms of progress for his performance. He had the best month of his career in January, averaging 27 points per game, and he's just picked up where he left off in February. Andrew Wiggins finally is starting to show his old form. It took forever. It wasn't until the Thunder game where I saw the old Wiggins. This team is said, man, as long as they're healthy, this team is going to repeat. And and for the people out there, the degenerates, the Warriors right now, I think are like plus 1,100, plus 1,500, depending on the bookie you go to. I would lay some serious money on that, man. You're not going to see odds like that even a week from now. So if you're a betting person, put that money down the Warriors.
Bob Myers said last week, you were talking a little bit about it last night, that he said, I think we're good, but we have no room, no margin, because
he did say that, correct.
Now they've added that one player to the rotation. Wiseman was basically not playing at all. So you've added a piece. Now your margin has grown. If let's say there is a injury where DiVincenzo can't play a few games or whatever, you got GP2. Mm-hmm. It's just now, I don't understand how a lot of people, when I was listening earlier, I was on the road and I was listening in the car, like talking so down on the Warriors. This is a team that has won 4 chips in 8 seasons. This is a team that knows what they're doing. They are not playing for the 82 game schedule. They are ramping up to win 16 games in a 2.5 month period.
Yeah, but first of all, this was not, you make it sound like this is the plan. This was not the plan. They drafted the wrong guy. The guy they drafted sucked, and now they're pivoting off of it.
Yes, but Larry, what the thing is,
this is a save for my bad evaluation.
This is
not
thing,
like,
though.
Hey, this is part of the master plan.
Yeah, it's not part of the master plan. But what you do when you make a mistake, you correct it. And
I know, but I mean, trading a 21-year-old 7-footer who you invested the second pick in the draft for, a 32-year-old or 31-year-old backup guard who's a defensive player is not, that's not high. I mean, in 2 years from now, you've got a player whose basically career is almost done, and you've got James Wiseman at 23, maybe starring for the Pistons. 21. I mean, let's just be honest. The Warriors drafted a guy that needed development. They could not develop him.
Right.
And now they have to move him on at a loss. And now you guys are talking up Serge Ibaka. Serge Ibaka, I like Serge Ibaka. I was a huge fan of him 3 years ago, but now he's 33.
Yeah.
He appeared in 16 games for the Bucks this year. He's not the same guy after back surgery. He's, to me, I mean, I saw him. He played like 10, 12 minutes a game. He's not doing tons. I mean, the Pacers are going to waive him. He's not the player that he was.
But you only need him for
5 to 10 minutes at most.
Yeah, you don't need. It's not like he's whoever they sign as the backup big, if they make that decision. I don't even know if they will.
But I mean, this trade is about this year, and all I'm saying is, if they don't win it this year, this is not a good. How's this a good trade? I mean, you didn't get picks. You don't have any future. You just drafted Wiseman. You haven't picked this high in 25 freaking years. And then you pick this high and you draft a guy that you have to, pawn off a couple years later before you even know if he can play or not. That's the thing that's the most aggravating, is that they drafted this raw player. To this minute, they don't know if he can play. So now they're rolling the dice. And if somehow this nets them another title, then great. But if it doesn't, bad trade. There's no way this is a good trade if they don't win the title this year.
Right. And
they're not favored. And they should be favored.
Is they brought this coach over that coached Jokic up and made him, and he was brought in to develop Wiseman. Maybe he's saying, I can't develop this guy because he's not picking it up. I mean, there's a possibility that Wiseman just isn't going to produce in this system, even if they kept him for the coming 2, 3, 4 more years.
Yeah, but that's something you should have known before you drafted him.
Can I respond to that, Larry? Like, I understand they They messed up.
They wasted the highest pick they've
You're
had
right.
in the last
right.
30 years.
You're right. But there is a rebuttal to that, which is that was one of the weakest drafts in NBA history.
Yeah, it was.
This was going on in the middle of the pandemic. So a lot of teams whiffed that draft. And a huge reason is because they couldn't evaluate any of these players in person. The Wiseman thing was just a huge roll of the dice, and clearly they got skunked. They rolled snake eyes. You know what? It sucks. You're right. They botched the number 2 pick. I'm just happy that they're not so damn stubbornly prideful that they stuck to their guns until like the very end.
Right.
At least they made a move that can win them a title this year. You know,
yeah, that's my take too.
I'm happy for that. I'm happy for that.
You made a mistake. It didn't work out. You're 3 years into it. He's not developing like you would. Go ahead and again,
But I mean, you just said how great they are. This is predicated on a mistake. You just said,
but
made a
like
mistake.
I said,
So
who were they going to draft?
Like, they were awesome. No, they made a mistake.
Anthony Edwards would have been, in hindsight, the best pick. Melo would have been a good pick, but they would have had to.
Yeah.
Well, Halliburton, yeah, but they weren't going to take him at 2.
No.
You know, so it was either going to be Melo or to take Wiseman or to move up, trade with Minnesota to get the 1 and take.
And just to add to that, it's not like the Warriors were a horrible team and that's why they got the number 2 pick. They came off the greatest 5-year run in NBA history.
Right.
They were due for a down year just from pure exhaustion of all those extra minutes they played. And you know, so they were awarded the number 2 pick for this horrible year they had. They swung and missed. But the great news is Wiseman was never really a part of this team. So
Right.
even though like the negative is you messed up, right? I keep almost saying the F word. You messed up. You whiffed on the number 2 pick, but that number 2 pick was never a part of your team. So it's not like you were relying on him. He was giving you minutes and then like he failed you. He played half of his rookie season. They never saw him again. And by trading him, all you did is gain an asset. That's all that happened. You didn't lose anything really, you know? So that's why I don't see like much of a negative here.
Well,
in that regard.
I could easily. I mean, I threw out this comparison earlier. You're driving around a Lamborghini. You've got you bought it last year for $250,000. You drove it 5 times, and now this year you're selling it for $110,000.
Well,
Are
sometimes
you
it's
smart? Or are you dumb?
That happens.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
That happens
Well-
in life. It happens a lot in sports. The more, if you
But I'm
look
just
at
saying, you
sports
can't say they're
drafts,
smart. You got to say they're dumb because
Well, but Larry,
they bought it at X and they're selling it at Y.
No, that's
and
not
Y
fair.
is
That's
way
not
less.
fair, man.
I don't-
Because
I
that
don't-
draft
I don't agree with
sucked.
that.
Like a million teams that draft whiffed.
The
Like,
guy that
none
the
of-
pick was picked directly after them has already made an All-Star team.
Yeah, and then this year he's doing nothing, you know, and
He's
it remains
hurt
to be
this
seen if he's going to lead the Hornets anywhere, right?
But I'm
Anthony
just saying,
Edwards.
you can't say it was just a. I mean, there's all kinds of mediocre drafts. There were good players there. On
that
the
was
board, and they didn't
arguably
take them.
no, there wasn't. There wasn't. That was arguably the worst
Yeah.
draft.
was
in
LaMelo
NBA
and
history.
Halliburton. You just said it.
But that's it. And Halliburton was like a 9 or 10 pick.
and,
or
and
8 or
Anthony
whatever.
Edwards, that was it.
Anthony
Edwards went
Edwards
first.
could still lay an egg, man. This is a kid who eats Big Macs, like 5-10 Big Macs after a game. He's getting fat. Like the reason why people question him as the number 1 pick is because they didn't think he was that interested in even playing basketball. That was an awful draft, man. Like I'm not as harsh
Come
as you
on.
in the Warriors.
You guys. I mean, I'm all about keeping it real. Let's keep it real. If you had announced on draft day
Yeah.
that, hey, Warrior fans, we have just drafted a guy that in the next 2 years we will trade for a 30-year-old defensive
But
guard
you don't know that
who was on
at
our
the time.
team 6 months prior. They would have said, no, we hate that. Terrible. So don't pretend that this is some great thing.
I think
This
the
is not
thing,
good
though-
thing.
But what's
They-
important here, Larry?
They're not belaboring their mistake, but don't disavow their mistake. Don't sit there and try to make it seem like they didn't make a mistake. The Warriors are always fucking right. No, they're
I'm
not.
not saying
They
that.
drafted the
Yeah,
wrong
but
fucking
Larry,
guy.
Had
And they just
30
have to
other
sell him for
teams
nothing.
had 30 other teams were in the position of Wiseman with that draft, he would have gone top 3 to all 30 teams.
Right. And whoever drafted him makes the mistake. And they drafted him, they made the mistake.
But they didn't know, like Cy said, they couldn't evaluate him because they couldn't bring him in because
and then don't draft him.
But people were crazy about him. He was
Then
blooming
draft
with so
him.
much
I'm just
potential.
saying you can't say that you can't alleviate them for having blame. Come on. They drafted the wrong guy, and now they had to trade him at a loss.
But it's not a loss. I don't see it as a
They
loss.
traded a 21-year-old center for a 31-year-old injured
30
backup
whatever.
defensive guard. That's
Well,
not. If
he
you had
starts with
announced
Portland.
come on, if you had announced on draft night that they were going to trade James Wiseman 2 years for Gary Payton II, people would have booed you off the stage, and you both know it.
Is that including the fact that when they made that mistake, they're the defending world champions who might repeat and get their 5th title in 9 years? I mean, everyone makes mistakes.
If they
Larry.
win the
There's-
title, they're
No one's
vindicated.
infallible.
If
Yeah,
they
I
don't
see
win
it
the title,
differently.
they're not vindicated. They're not.
Fair.
They're not going to be better next year with GP2.
But would they have been better keeping Wiseman? I mean,
They
What if he-
drafted Wiseman.
what if they?
But what do you
What if he
do with
turns into
them?
like a Marvin
Do we-
Bagley?
okay,
I mean,
do we know-
Detroit's- You know,
I
like,
think we would all agree that we don't know what James is. So if you're there's a lot of assuming here. You're assuming the Warriors are going to win the title. You're
I'm not
assuming that
that's
James
a fact,
Wiseman
Larry. That's a
sucks
fact.
and
That's
that
a
is
fact.
going to be worse or the same going forward. And you yourself, Cy, have spent a good portion of the year questioning Steve Kerr's wisdom and ability to develop young players. He didn't develop these young players. Moses Moody's not developing either.
No.
Jonathan Kuminga's
but
got kind of
Kuminga's
a very
playing. I mean,
weird.
Kuminga's playing.
Jonathan Kuminga's got kind of a spotty record as far as he plays. He doesn't play. Sometimes he plays a lot. Sometimes you've come on our live streams and questioned Kerr's handling of the young players.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is they draft. I mean, it's like when Kyle Shanahan drafted Trey Lance, it's like he has to develop him. If Trey hasn't developed, it's partially on Kyle and John.
That's
They
fair.
drafted him. He hasn't developed. If he doesn't develop at all and they have to trade him for a 5th-round draft choice, guess what? It's on John and Kyle and the
You're right.
Niners.
You're right.
And all I'm saying is they drafted this guy 2nd overall. They're trading him now a couple years later for a 30-year-old backup guard who has no offensive game. They have to answer for that, man. And
Underrated.
ultimately, if you're right, Cy,
Yeah.
it all is about the outcome. If they win the title, then they're right. But if they don't win the title, or if James
let's blast.
Wiseman becomes a significant player of any kind, it's on them.
I would say then blast them. But until then, man, like this is a great day. Like I kid you not, man. I was celebrating the Warriors winning the world title. And then it was like a week or two later when Gary Payton II signed with the Blazers. Dude, I was not on cloud 9 like for the amount of time that I feel like myself and anyone else on Dub Nation should have been on. I love Gary Payton II, dude. I'm just feeling so good about him coming back.
I do too.
You're right.
I do
Everything
too.
you're
I do
saying is
too.
right.
They never
Everything
should
you're
have let
saying
him
is right.
go. Never.
But I'm just happy he's back. And
Yeah, but
like,
now,
the
will,
thing-
here's the question: will Kerr play him consistently,
Yes.
my
or will he
God.
play him the way he played him when he was on the team last?
No, he'll get at least 20 minutes a night.
I hope so. They
At-
need him. I
at
mean,
least.
they
I would-
need
Do you
him
think
out.
Kerr? Do you think Kerr? You know the old saying, "Absence makes the heart grow fonder."
Correct.
Do you think that Kerr? And this would be a great question for Kerr next time he's on with Damon Arado or whoever.
Yeah.
Do you have a greater appreciation for the value of GP2 today than you had last time he was here? Because
I don't know.
Cy,
Ryan
you
in the
remember
basement is
you remember,
distracting me right
and we all remember having these discussions. There were many times where they didn't play GP2 very much. We
You're right.
welcome Ride to the mix.
You're
Also,
absolutely
Ballers
right.
in the house.
That's
What's up, guys? And by the way, Mole,
Ciao.
you're loved and always welcomed on the Krug Show, especially when you're rocking Star Wars.
Thank
The
you,
great
Joe.
Mole.
Thank you, brother.
Right.
But
down in
let's
the
bring
basement.
everybody
again.
into the mix.
Yeah.
Here.
All I know is
Moms.
this was a huge pickup. He like this one move literally just solved all their issues. I really believe that, man. Gary Payton II, you're right. That is the one concern is whether or not Steve Kerr, with this absence, has realized, shit, I messed up, and I took him for granted, and it's time to give him some real minutes because we argued about this last year. Gary Payton II was routinely undervalued by Kerr, routinely shorted on minutes, and it always had to take the Warriors making mistakes for him to finally play him. So I hope this time he has earned his minutes.
I just wanted
I'm gonna give you my take.
Who's
I only got
the,
a couple minutes and then I'm out of here.
Okay,
But
wait a
I
second.
want to get.
Who's got the buzz going on? Who's got the lawnmower?
I'm muted. I got your gardener's out here in front of my house,
I'm muting
Larry.
Danny for a second. Danny, just for a second. All right, Baller, just for a second, Danny, just as your gardener does his thing. Go ahead, Baller. I'm sorry.
You know, this is a bittersweet day. All right, as
Well said.
frustrating as
I'm
it
bitter.
is.
I don't feel the bitter, but go. Sorry, man. Go ahead.
You don't feel bitter? The Warriors completely whiffed on the second pick of the draft. They haven't picked this high since
exactly.
1995. So it's an egregious error, fellas. The NBA draft is the one league where you're supposed to hit with premium picks. This
Not
isn't
that
the
draft.
MLB
Not that
draft with what's that?
Not bad. That was arguably. I'm going to pull it up right now. So
No,
we're
I mean,
listing
I was
top
saying off the
15
bat.
picks.
I mean, I checked my receipts. Okongwu was just more of a fit for the Warriors. He's more switchable. He has more agility. We've seen him play. We saw him play at USC. No, there's no excuse. They took a big swing and they struck out. It was an egregious error picking James Wiseman. Sure,
who's your
you know.
pick? But who else was available? I mean,
It was
LaMelo.
Okongwu. It was LaMelo Ball. I mean, it was LaMelo Ball.
We still don't know if LaMelo Ball is going to turn into anything. He's barely played this year.
Oh, come on, Cy. LaMelo Ball is spectacular. He's 6'7". The dude's got tremendous vision. He's got eyes in the back of his head.
Come on. Yeah,
I mean,
come on. I kinda agree with
LaMelo
Baller on
Ball's
this.
spectacular.
How does he feel on the Warriors? He's a high usage player. How do you fit LaMelo Ball on the Warriors when you have Stephen Curry,
Listen.
Draymond, Clay?
Listen, NBA's about accumulating talent. It's about accumulating talent. You don't draft by positional need ever. You don't draft by positional
When
need.
you're
The
championship
Warriors,
contender,
we won all these titles playing small ball. They tried to flip it, go against what they've been doing, what had got them these championships. They swung, they whiffed. It was an egregious error. That's the bitter part. Now, the sweet part is what I'll say is we've been talking all year. The Warriors needed more defense. The defense has been atrocious. Routinely, they give up 120, 130 a night, it feels like. Now you're bringing back GP2, which we know how phenomenal a defender he is. Hopefully he can stay on the court because I know he hasn't been playing much with the Blazers. So that's something to be seen. So I just wanted to come in. I'm at work. I got a jet. But it's a bittersweet day. Warriors did get better because James Wiseman was giving us absolutely nothing. And that's on whether that's on Lacob or that's on Myers. Somebody's got to take some serious heat for this Wiseman pick. And I'm out, fellas.
Appreciate it. Baller, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Okongwu, by the way, plays 21 minutes a game, averages 9.7 rebounds.
But Cy, let me ask you this: when the trade was first announced.
You weren't going to pay the number 2 pick on him, man. That was the worst draft. Look at this draft right now.
Wait a second. I have it in front of me. I have the draft in front of me.
Yeah. So Anthony Edwards.
If I said to you, the first announcement was that the Warriors were trading, for Sadiq Bey, right? When you first saw that, did you say, "Damn"? Were you happy? Were you mad?
I was happy.
You were happy.
Initially, yes.
Okay. So Sadiq Bey was in this exact same draft.
As the 19th pick, correct. You would not have spent the second pick on him. You know, I mean,
saying,
you got to be realistic.
They could have. They didn't have to trade James Wiseman. They draft James Wiseman. They drafted James Wiseman. There were other guys they could have drafted. Sadiq Bey was in this draft. They could have had him if they wanted him.
Sadiq Bey was
and they almost and they traded for him today.
Larry, no one on the planet was saying the Warriors should draft Sadiq Bey with a number 2 pick.
I know. We're talking about in hindsight. We're looking at this in hindsight.
Correct.
Saying, you're saying there was no good players in this draft, and
it's really unfair that
you're say there were some
It's
good
unfair, man. No, I think you're being really harsh because Tyrese Maxey was the 21st pick. No one was saying Tyrese Maxey should have been the number 2 pick. Late picks sometimes come through. They blossom. You look at the top 15 picks, Anthony Edwards could play himself out of the league in 5 years if he keeps eating cheeseburgers. LaMelo Ball is out for the year. His Hornets suck. Not to mention,
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Cy.
You know, like
James Wiseman went 2. Ball went 3. Ball's better. Patrick Williams went 4. Patrick Williams is better.
Barely.
Okongwu went 6. Okongwu's better.
Barely.
I mean, there's no
Barely.
question. Halliburton
only-
went 12. Halliburton's better. Sadiq Bey went 19. Sadiq Bey's better.
I know,
It's
but
just
you're not,
it's
There are
Sadiq.
guys that were there. I'm just saying
You're
they
not
didn't
picking
have to
those
stay
guys
there.
at
They
number
could have
2.
traded down.
you're
They
not
blew
picking
that
those
pick.
guys in number 2, man. Again,
But I
like
mean, you can't absolve them of blowing that pick. They blew the pick.
They
They
did
blew
win
it.
a
That's fair.
championship, though. I think that's the trump card. Is like it's sunk cost fallacy at this point. They won a championship. Who
They
knows?
didn't win
if they
because
win
of
a
the pick. They
I know,
won
but
in spite
who
of the
knows if they win a championship if they pick LaMelo Ball, because that means Jordan Poole doesn't develop. Maybe LaMelo Ball becomes a distraction. It's like they won
pick.
a
I mean, you
championship.
can play that game forever.
I know, but we can play the game also that you're doing of like, oh, should have picked that guy, should have picked this guy. It's like it happened.
No. What I'm saying is he was picked 2. They were picked after. There were other guys that could have been picked. And we're obviously doing this in 2020 hindsight. There's no doubt about that. But there's busts all throughout our entire lifetime. There's picks that that weren't as good. But I'm just saying, take some responsibility for the fact that you picked the wrong guy.
Are you gonna
traded him today for a lot less than his value was on draft day?
But are you
That's
going
all
to
anybody's
praise
saying.
Myers? Are you going to praise Myers for all the swings that he's also hit home runs with in the draft? I mean, whether it's a Kevon Looney at 28, Jordan Poole at 28. I mean, he's also nailing a lot of picks.
Yeah.
This is not. You haven't heard me say Bob Myers' name once. It's not some parade. I'm just saying you
But who
win
needs to take
some,
the
you lose some.
responsibility?
Jacob Evans, you lost. Patrick
28.
McCall, you lost. Jordan Bell, you lost. James Wiseman, you lost. But you know what? When you have a bunch of losses like that, then all of a sudden it starts to even out on your wins. So I'm just saying, that you win some, you lose some. It's people evaluating people, which
Correct.
is always going to be there's always going to be errors.
And
But
especially,
when
and
he's
Larry,
considered sweet,
especially,
he's talking
I'm not
about it.
hearing,
You
I'm not
did-
hearing you
Bitter
acknowledge this
'cause
happened.
you whiffed on Wiseman. It's
But
sweet
I'm not
we
hearing
all
you
like
acknowledge
James
that this
too.
also
And
happened.
also the LaMelo thing, Cy, just because LaMelo, I mean, I think LaMelo's demonstrated that he's a really good NBA player right
he's
now.
talented, yes.
To say that he somehow would suck on the Warriors, I don't think that's.
I don't know how he would fit. I mean,
Okay, but he still would be an asset that would be.
Larry, you don't know that. A year later, they drafted Kuminga and Moody, and Kuminga's just barely playing now. What if Kerr treated LaMelo Ball the same way? We never saw him play. I mean, LaMelo Ball is someone
Well,
who
you're right.
has
You're
to
right.
play.
If you draft a player and you bury him on the bench and you never play him, yeah, that's probably not good, and that probably wouldn't help you. So that would be my advice to anybody drafting. If you draft a guy and you bury him on the bench and never play him, that probably won't help their value. But
Absolutely.
I mean, ultimately,
And-
LaMelo Ball, if we had 1,000 NBA people in here, 1,000 of them would all agree that they should have taken LaMelo Ball instead of James Wiseman.
Well, yeah, of course. But I'm all I'm
That's all
saying
I'm
is
saying.
it's a
It's not
little
worth
unfair
fighting
to be
about,
this
really.
critical of the Warriors, and I say Bob Myers because he's the president of not operations. It's like I forgot his title.
That's
Personnel. He handles the personnel. He's the personnel guy. And look, they couldn't.
Somebody wanted
they couldn't meet.
Wiseman.
2020, they couldn't meet with these people. They couldn't see these people. Of all the drafts to be harshly critical of someone, I don't know. I think it should just be
I also feel very confidently. I know this hasn't been substantiated really, but I feel pretty confidently that they were trying to trade that number 2 pick, and that the second Klay Thompson tore his ACL, their plans changed, and they just said, "Screw it, let's just pick Wiseman."
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the fact that they did not take LaMelo after Klay went down, or tried to trade back and get Halliburton, or
I mean, just
trade
in some
up
ways
and
makes it
take
worse.
Edwards. But you know what? Again,
They had a need.
there was a lot of people that thought that was a great pick, and like I said,
I thought it was
all
great.
30 teams been in that position of a top 3 pick, Wiseman would have gone 1, 2, or 3.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, it still doesn't alleviate them of the blame. They're the
But
ones
yeah,
who made the pick.
But
All I
what
would
do you
say is,
do?
I think we've learned a lesson this year, and it's a painful lesson, but it's one that we've now learned with the Niners and with the Warriors, is that you need a pretty good sizable track record of success. You shouldn't overreact to like one good year in college, because, if there's one thing that I think you could point to with Trey and with James, is that they had such a small sample size that
Larry,
it made the evaluation more difficult.
But LaMelo Ball had 0 years. I mean, you were basing him on competition in Australia. So, You know, I
It was a tough
But he had
just-
been playing with pros in
in
Australia.
I mean, so you know, I mean,
Yeah. No, I know. No, hey, I'm not saying, I'm not even, I hope you're not thinking that I'm saying this is what I said on draft night. I wasn't saying this on draft night.
I know. You're
I
saying
didn't have
that
a strong feeling on draft night about LaMelo. I actually was hoping the Warriors would steer way clear of LeVar. And if I had known then what I know now, which is that LeVar was a big talker around the draft, but that he would kind of settle into the background like he has with his kids in the league, I would have not factored that in as much. I was like, oh Christ, no. I don't want to see LeVar Ball questioning Steve Kerr every night. Because I kind of
There's
thought
that
that's what we
too.
were getting ourselves.
There's
That was
that
the road
too.
they were
Yes.
going down.
He
But
allegedly
all I'm
changed
saying
the
is
interviews, too.
in hindsight, they made the wrong pick.
All
But
I'm
in
saying, look
hindsight,
at
they also had a small view. So I would say only thing I've learned out of this is that make sure that the guys that you draft, especially high up in these drafts, has like some kind of track record of a little bit more than just a half a season, 3 games like Wiseman had, short resume. A longer resume, I think in sports, guys, we actually kind of treat guys who are become like seniors like,
Yep.
oh, there's something wrong with them, right?
Agreed.
And we start picking
Not the
holes in
Warriors.
these guys, but then we have guys who jump onto the scene and we rise them up too high,
Yeah.
and then I think that's what happened.
But this is Bob Myers' track record as drafts. All right, his first draft was Klay Thompson, huge swing and home run. Next year, Harrison Barnes, Festus Ezeli, Draymond Green, massive home run. Next year, Kevon Looney, massive home run. He's by the way only 27, which is crazy. Just
And he
turned that.
got Looney at what, the 30th pick?
With the 30th pick. Next year,
Yeah.
30th pick, Damian Jones. I mean, he played some minutes still in the NBA. Not a great pick. Next
I
year,
mean, it's the
Jacob
30th
Evans.
pick.
He was the 30th pick. Next
I mean,
year,
that's what I'm saying. I would like alleviate any blame on the 30th pick, but tons of blame on blowing the second pick.
But
that's
yeah,
just
and
the
then-
way I
and then-
see it. But I
And
hear what
Jacob
you're saying.
Evans, I think, was the biggest whiff, but
That
then
was a
the
whiff.
following year, Jordan Poole and Eric Pascal, I think we all liked at the time. He just wasn't fit for the Warriors. And then there was the horrible 2020 draft, Wiseman, Nico Mannion, Justinian Jessup. None of those players worked out. I love Kuminga. I'm glad they didn't trade Moody. I'm actually really happy he didn't move. I still believe in his future. And I think Patrick Baldwin's going to be awesome. I think he was another grade 20.
I think Rollins is going to be good.
Yeah, I think
Ryan Rollins, yes, average 19 and a half
They're
points.
gonna
I'm
be-
kind of glad they didn't trade those guys.
They
because
got
I
four
think those
guys.
have a future.
They got 4
Agreed.
guys going forward, and you can find a replaceable big if you need one. But those 4 guys could be a nucleus with Poole and Wiggins. I mean, I'm talking, post Steph and Clay and Draymond. So I just think that the move was solid because it makes them a true championship contender.
It's
right
what they
now.
needed. Like this would be my question is, this is why I thought they wouldn't go for GP2 is like, I thought they'd go Caruso because it's sort of similar. And the GP2 is just a bad optics because it's like, damn, could have signed him and now we're trading Wiseman for him. But
There's 2 ways to look at it,
Yeah.
right? Because Dante DiVincenzo also wouldn't be on the team. If
that's
they-
100% true. I think this is now all of a sudden they've got a defensive. I want to see Poole out there with DiVincenzo and GP. That sounds awesome.
Also,
But
remember,
it would be like if tomorrow the Niners traded Trey Lance for a blocking tight end.
Yeah.
No, seriously,
Yeah.
they got a blocking tight end. They really needed one. Did you see the way?
No,
Reddick
you're selling.
sacked
No, you're
Purdy?
selling. No, I don't
They
agree
need
with
a
that. You're
blocking
selling-
tight end.
you sell
No.
GP2 short.
And they
Yeah.
traded Trey for a blocking tight end.
No, I disagree with that. I think
how's
I
that
see
not
Gary
the same?
because I think Gary Payton II has a much bigger role, an important role. He's more impactful.
It's like the
He's
fourth
more.
most valuable player.
He's
on-
more like a. He's more like you signed a lethal pass rusher to your team. Is how I would see him.
Yeah,
He's
he's
32.
also a guy that if he
Yeah, he's
played
30.
if
Accurate.
he
30.
if he played 25 30 minutes a night, he'd be first team all NBA defense.
I mean,
And
if you
again, for the
traded
people-
Trey, if you
and-
traded
and for the
Trey
people-
for like a really good 30-year-old player this year, and then didn't win the Super Bowl, and then I think there would be people that would be like, dude, you just traded Trey Lance for a 30-year-old player.
But Larry, you could
who's-
do that
and
in
you didn't make the
everything.
Super Bowl. It's just gonna be like, instead of, hey, you know what? That's a really useful blocking tight end. It's like, dude, you blew a top 5 pick in the draft.
Yeah, but Larry, you can do that all day in sports. You got to go for it. This doesn't guarantee him a championship.
Okay,
but
and if you don't get it, then what?
But you're putting yourself in a position to get it.
But if you don't get it, then it's not.
You don't get it.
If you go for a title and you don't get it, then and you sold out younger players.
That's
I mean,
part
it's like
of
anything
that's
else.
part of
what if
doing
the 49ers
business.
traded, Brandon Ayuk for some 33-year-old.
But Larry, it's easy to question after the fact if you don't get it. It doesn't guarantee him a championship, but you can't sit back and be a backseat driver and say, well, if they don't win the championship, it was a waste. You got an asset.
Yes, you can. When you trade for older players who aren't going to be good in the future, and you're getting them for what they do give you in the present.
This also for next year, though. DiVincenzo will probably get a contract with another team next year. So now you have Peyton for next year as well.
That's true.
So, and he's not a high mileage, high usage guy. Like, so even though he's only been 30, he's not like a 30-year-old who's been in the league for like 10 years. Like he's a very low mileage 30-year-old who will give you a couple more years in their prime. And for the people in the chat who keep saying who's going to guard KD, I don't know, Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green. That's not who you got Gary Payton II for. But the good news is with Gary Payton II, those guys can now focus on the people they're supposed to defend. Not to mention, with Gary Payton II, you're going to have a lot of lineups out there that the Warriors can just switch endlessly and cause havoc on other teams defensively. I'm telling you, Larry, they're going to win a 5th championship this year. I'm insanely confident.
If they do,
when have you seen me miss, man? When have you seen me ever be wrong about the Warriors? Ever.
If they win what's that?
I'm telling you right now, the Warriors are going to win the title.
Hey, were you on the show?
Win the title, they're vindicated.
Were you on the show, Cy, a couple weeks ago when I said they should trade Wiseman for GP2?
Yeah,
I was, and I saw you bragging today saying you called that. But
that's right, I did call it.
Don't
say you got it right all the time. I was right.
But again, like just because you throw crap against,
I don't want to hear
it. Dude, I do a 5-day week Warriors show. Okay, if you talk,
yeah,
and you never miss, Dan, then brag about that. Okay, but just because you thought it would be a good trade, I didn't could have said that.
Why? No, but I did.
It was. I got to give Dan some credit. I thought there was no way they'd do it for the optics. It seemed too weird.
And Larry said it last night. Bob Myers was watching. He heard me say it 2 weeks ago, and he got it done. Doggone it, Cy.
Oh my God.
Ryan, you're the only one laughing, man, with the end.
Oh, sorry. I've got issues.
And I don't know who this Ramilia guy is, but I'm not crying about anything, man. I'm happy.
You want to start talking about something else?
The Warriors just made a move.
We got this one from Sean Shepard. He says, sorry to hear you're in
I'm messing
rehab,
with you, Si.
Larry.
I'm having fun.
Your fellow inmates need to detox some more. What you're talking about, that pick didn't matter. Like the miss on Kinlaw, the miss on Solly Thomas. Yeah, run TMC like Weber. Are you getting that stream of consciousness?
I think he's saying that that we're all recovering drug addicts because we all took the drug of James Wiseman and his potential, and now we're just I guess we just got to give it up or something. I'm not sure.
My whole thing is just that. God, look at that. That's cute. Look at Faith. Faith's on the ground. Buster's got the couch.
Yeah, Buster's got the couch. His
my
couch.
whole thing was if they really were going to do this, you're telling me they couldn't have spotted this guy in a few games and made him look pretty good. Instead, it's just like,
who are you talking about? Wiseman?
James Wiseman. There was no way to spot him and to build up his value at all.
Larry, what if Wiseman is a horrible player?
Well, that's one thing. But then
you don't know that.
What if he's a horrible player? You're right. See, that's the whole thing. This is like what I was saying with the Trey and with James Wiseman. People assume the assumption is that these guys are going to get better. But the Niners have a closer look at Trey than everybody else, and the Warriors have had a closer look at James than anybody else, right? So they would probably know. So in a way, it's like makes you think that James might, as you said, Cy, he might bounce out of the league like within a year or two. And the Warriors could ride this GP2 trade to a title, and history could absolutely record them as being geniuses for this trade.
Well, they already.
I mean,
I think they
seriously,
already have, right? I mean,
but
4
this
titles
this
in 8
is one of
years.
the most interesting trades I think in Bay Area sports history. Why?
But Larry, you know what's
Because
crazy though?
they
Larry,
could be vindicated and look like absolute like visionaries, or James Wiseman could wind up making this one of the worst trades in the history of the Warriors because
well,
you traded a 20-year-old for a 30-year-old and a 20-year-old big man who with athleticism for a 30-year-old guard who doesn't really have a full game. He's got more of a defensive game. This could work out incredible, but this could look really, really bad. At least admit that. At
I
least
will say
admit that
here. I will
the
say this.
possibility exists. It could.
See,
It
Larry,
could.
I'm on the
James
I'm on the
Wiseman
flip-
could evolve.
He could. I'm on the flip side of this though, in that I'm
You don't
actually
believe it?
happy
I don't
that-
either, really. But
But
It could
aren't you
happen.
happy that the Warriors at least are admitting they made a mistake? Like I
Yeah,
actually am
that is true.
relieved.
You got it. That's how the only way to make it
Man.
worse is
Yeah.
if they know they made a mistake and they
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, exactly. Admit that you're mistake and move on.
I do believe in don't belabor your mistakes.
Yes.
And definitely don't compound your mistakes by making more mistakes. You know, like don't just double down and double down and double down, forcing a square peg into a round hole. I like the fact that they have enough courage to move on. And I like GP2 and I'm rooting for him. Like
I love
I'm
GP2.
I'm
Love
not the guy who's going to be sitting there going, I hope GP2 sucks so I'm look better on the live stream. I'd rather be wrong. I'd rather be wrong and us do a post game after game 6 of the finals as they clinch it. And I will gladly say, guys, you guys were right. I was wrong.
Well, what are you wrong about? I don't even know what the hell you're saying. Are you saying that that this move will not result in a championship for the Warriors? Is that what you're saying?
I don't think it. I think the Warriors, if you said to me right now, here's $100 bill, you're in a casino
Yeah.
and you can bet it on anybody to win the finals, I'd want to bet the Warriors because I'm a Warrior fan. But
And
if
plus
if I
1600.
really just was betting it on who I thought would win, I'd bet on Phoenix.
Still,
Yes.
they have no depth. They have
But I
no
think-
depth.
I think
Larry.
you
No
have to
depth.
give them the nod side. Like they
Come on,
they
man.
are still the
Going on
favorites.
Phoenix.
but
I'll reply to you with this. Kevin Durant, how old is Kevin Durant? He's 34, right?
34.
it's because
Chris
Steph
Paul.
injured,
Hold on,
dude.
hold on. Chris
KD,
Paul
man.
is what, 38,
Right?
39?
He's due.
So,
He's
so
due.
your entire premise of Phoenix winning the championship this year is Devin Booker carrying a bunch of old people around him with no bench, right? That bench is thin. It was thin before, it's non-existent now. And you think just because Devin Booker and Kevin Durant are on a team, they're going to beat the defending world champion Warriors who have conquered much better than that, who have the defense, the personnel to literally shut down all those players. And not to mention, Klay Thompson is going to be so motivated to even things up with Devin Booker. I'm excited if those two teams play.
Let me just say this. I need everybody to know this. I just signed a deal today. I'm the new host of Locked On Phoenix Suns.
Oh, congrats.
And this is the first episode. So welcome to everybody to Locked On Phoenix Suns. Coming up next, Dan Marley's going to join us, and we're going to get his thoughts on what he's seeing here. And there's a chance that Sean Marion's going to be by later on. So all you good Suns fans, keep it locked on Suns.
I want Ibaka. I want Ibaka.
I would love to talk it. I don't know who this Kev guy is in your chat. I'm not
my
I'm
son.
perfectly sober, and I don't know why you keep criticizing me for what I'm saying. I mean, you literally said this person asked who's going to guard Durant. I said Draymond Green or Andrew Wiggins. Are you blind? Are you deaf? I don't know what the hell you want from me, man. Like
Don't get too caught up in the chat. Let me just say this: Digital Drew, who we've had on before, says Larry, and this is a good point. This is, I think, a really good point. Was there ever a good time to pivot away from James Wiseman? Was there ever going to be a good time to walk away from this? I think that might be one of the best points, really, because you know what? He is dead on right. When you're in this kind of a position, there's never a good time to admit you were wrong. In some ways, Danny's totally right with what he said off the start. It's like, you know what? Get beyond it. Like address your mistake and move on. You know what I mean? So in a way, they did that today. And I even said it to before you guys jumped on, Ryan and Cy, was just that this has become James's development has become a really big distraction for this team.
Totally.
And the other guys, I almost feel bad for Moses because Moses was being grouped with James. I think James has developmental, developmental issues not developmental issues. But, he's got, I don't know that he's going to develop, but I think Moses is going to develop. And I think Moses is a
is a basketball
NBA
player.
They kind of gotten grouped with each other like it's one and the same. I think Moses actually could help the Warriors this year in the playoff run, where I'm pretty sure, and I know you guys are as well, James Wiseman was not going to help the Warriors win the title this year. And the one thing that has to be stated is that even though Steph's a cool guy and he's not the kind of guy to make a big stink about this, it really was going to be the legacy of this Warrior regime if they didn't go for it this year. If they didn't make something happen today, they couldn't just do nothing. I'm banging on them for the move they made, but I'll admit to you guys, I would have been banging on them as much if they did nothing today. And I think
let me ask you this too: if you're a defending world champion, isn't the smart move to run it back with the same crew? And that's largely what they did with this trade today. They lost Bielitsa. His replacement is Jonathan Kuminga. That's now set in stone. They lost Otto Porter Jr. You got a lot smaller because his replacement is basically Dante DiVincenzo. But that's it. Otherwise, they got the same crew. They're running it back with the same crew.
And Otto Porter's injured.
Who?
Otto Porter's injured too.
And he's injured.
Porter's out.
Anyway. So
Porter's out. Yep.
So what else do you want? I mean, like this was a move to run it back with the same.
You know what I would have
team.
loved? I'll tell you what I would have loved.
And JaMychal
To
Green.
me, it would have made a
about
big
JaMychal Green.
difference.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know, maybe it's just me. I would have felt better about this deal if somehow the Warriors got GP2 and a future asset, just of some kind, a protected one, multiple.
They did. They got Kevin Knox.
They traded him to the
he's gone.
Blazers.
Yeah.
They
He
traded
gone.
him to who?
He gone.
They had to move him to Portland for salary.
You guys see from the
He
Portland
went to Portland.
perspective.
But I'm just saying, if they had gotten one future piece, then it's not all about this year. Then it's about, hey, Wiseman wasn't the guy. We had to move off. We got something that can help us now and later. Instead, they only got something that can help them now. That's I guess if at the end of the day, if you're saying, what's my real, issue? It's that it's really on the tail end of 24 hours after the Suns, I thought, made themselves the overwhelming favorite to win the title. The Warriors did something that I think is nominal and will make them better, but I still feel they're going to fall well short of their title. And if I'm wrong, Cy, and they do win the title,
short.
Man,
Okay.
You're totally. I mean, they're vindicated for this, but if they don't win the title, man, then the Warriors don't get benefit in the future, really.
Okay,
and if Wiseman then improves in the future,
out the
God, that's a bad situation. So I just could see. I mean, and I guess I think that I would love to interview Bob or Steve or Joe or anybody in the Warrior front office, but not on the air, just talk to them and say, give me the real lowdown on James. What do you actually, because we know what you're saying for the radio, for the television. What do you actually think about his future? And if they actually, really good personnel people like Larry Harris really thought, Krug, we missed. He's not going to be any good. Here's why. Then I'm totally fine with this. So that's kind of where I'm.
You're not going to get that.
I'm disappointed because I was hoping that they would turn him into Sadiq Bey, who's also a young player.
Well, that was painful for you, Larry, because that was would have been such an all-time call. It was kind of a funny trade because it was all of a sudden I saw it and I was like, oh, Larry, another all-time call with Sadiq Bey. And then it turned into a Danny all-time call with GP out of nowhere.
Well, I thought Nerlens Noel would for sure be in there with Sadiq Bey because the salaries didn't work.
Well, so I want Cy to hype me up. Wait, can Cy, can you hype me up? I'm worried about the Warriors just from the perspective of they need they can't just fuck around and get the 7th seed. Are they going to clutch?
They'll finish. I think they're going to finish with the 3rd or 4th seed when all said and
done.
Yeah,
they'll be in the top 4.
Like I said, Klay Thompson is playing the best basketball of his life, and he's already in the Hall of Fame. Andrew Wiggins is finally showing his old form. Steph is Steph. He's going to come back after the All-Star break. He's only going to miss 5 or 6 games. Yep. I think this Gary Payton II edition is also a huge positive of this is going to bring the best out of Jordan Poole.
Yeah, facts.
He is a comfort blanket for Jordan Poole. When Jordan Poole has Gary Payton II out there, he thrives. Dante DiVincenzo and Gary Payton II out there, good luck to any team who's facing that backcourt defensively. JaMychal Green, I think, is fine as a backup center. He's been playing recently, and he's got that wrist issue, which is messing up his 3-point shot. But yeah, I think this team's they're gonna win it. I'm feeling great about
they're gonna win it all.
Let me ask you guys this,
Oh, it's gonna be a great story.
Larry. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
You guys are crowning Phoenix because
You
they've
want to
got
crown
this
their
big
ass?
three.
Crown their ass. Oh yeah.
You got KD with Booker and what? CP3 is the big three?
And
Okay.
Ayton.
Yeah.
Or an Ayton. Is that
And
better?
Warren.
Is that better than what he had in New Jersey with Harden and Kyrie? I mean, KD has never won outside of Steph. Okay, he had
It's weird,
Oklahoma
Danny. I
City.
just watched Phoenix without any of their stars smoke Golden State. When was that? When was that game?
I worry. The problem is that Phoenix does have an infrastructure. Like they are. It's not like Brooklyn where they're starting from scratch. They do kind of have an infrastructure. Like they did make the finals. They did flame out last year, but they were a good team. They were 1 seed, and then it's like you add. I mean, I'm glad they got GP2 because it was kind of what I was saying yesterday. The Warriors kind of zagged because the Suns they made a deal for the devil and they got rid of their 2 best defensive players and some really valuable 3-point shooting, and they're going to lose Crowder, which is some more defense and toughness. So the Warriors adding more defense, I like that because all of a sudden you can talk me into the Warriors could win a rough and tumble defensive thing, sort of like Boston did to the Nets last year.
Do you want to know?
I like Phoenix's depth. I mean, look at it. You got Chris Paul campaign. You got Devin Booker, Damian Lee. You got Kogi,
45.
Warren. You got Shamet. You got Torrey Craig. Okogie. They beat the Warriors with guys like Josh Okogie.
I know.
Now
Again,
Grant.
it's amazing. Every year, people start falling into this regular season trap again, man. You fell into that last year, Larry. You thought the Nuggets were going to beat the Warriors in the first round.
But there's a difference last year. Last year, the Warriors started 18-2 and they smoked the Suns on Christmas Day. And to me, that was a huge kind of statement. And you could claim that the Warriors beating the Celtics in Memphis earlier this year was kind of their statement part 2. But I just needed to see something that I haven't seen yet, which is 7 of 9. Give me 8 of 10.
Nice.
Give me 9 wins in 11 games. I haven't seen any run.
You'll
so
see
it's
it this year.
all
Last
based
year they did
on like projecting. And that's the one concern. I'd feel so much better if the Warriors had any stretch where they won 9 of 11 or 7 of 8.
And they
Here's
will.
what I would love to see. Denver's going to be 1. Memphis is going to be 2. Can the Warriors move up to 3?
Yes.
And then Clippers 4, Lakers 5, Sac 6. Warriors play Sac round 1. Clippers play Lakers round 1.
Warriors Kings round 1 would be awesome.
That's because I think Sac will fall back a little bit, and I think the Warriors can move up. I do think the Lakers can get up as high as 5. I mean, they can make a run and maybe even squeeze into the top 4, but I think the Lakers will definitely get to at least the play, somewhere in the play-in, but I don't know if they'll make it all the way because, I think they're going to lose tomorrow night to Milwaukee, and then I think the Warriors will beat them Saturday night, which will be great because it'll push the Lakers. I actually don't want to see the Lakers make the playoffs at all. I want to see all their trades crumble.
What about the Mavericks? I mean, they're not going to actually be good, but I don't like the idea of
The Warriors are a game and a half behind the 4 seed.
Oh.
They're 3.5 games behind the Kings for the 3 seed.
And they
haven't had a single run all season. That will happen soon.
Yep.
And then Larry, you'll feel better about the Warriors. You're right. That's the only thing they haven't done this year is establish consistency. They haven't had any big winning streaks. They've barely gone above 500. But this is a very apathetic team. Draymond Green has admitted publicly on the record that it's hard for him and others on that team to wake up for certain games sometimes. They're sleepwalking, man. Wait till March, April, and I think they're really going to start taking it.
I've been the guy all year, and I've been saying this on 95.7 The Game. I've been saying this with you guys, which is I don't think this season is about what seed is Golden State.
Correct.
I think this season is about
Sunflower.
mid-March to April. to how are you looking at the end of the year health wise. And I think the Warriors could win the West out of the 7 seed. I think they could win it out of the play-in tournament. I'm not worried at all about the record because I can see that Golden State's kind of, I mean, like the other night, what game was it where Steph threw the ball and it hit, it basically went out of bounds in the backcourt and he threw it right to the Warrior bench and nobody was there. It was a simple miscommunication, but it was like 5 minutes left in the game.
Minnesota?
Yeah, it might have been Minnesota. He just threw it out of bounds. And it's like, it just spoke to where they're at. Once you play in the finals, you're not getting up for regular season games. So I expect them to flip a switch.
Correct.
The question I would have is they're still small. They're still GP2 doesn't give them any more size.
They were small last year.
They just got
Larry.
hammered on the.
They were
Yeah,
small
got
last
ham-
year.
I
They
wanted
won
to
it
see
with
Wiseman either
Looney.
contribute or dealt for another big piece. Now, I guess I'm waiting on who is the buyout big that comes here and what
Serge
kind of
Ibaka.
impact does he have? They're going to need somebody besides Kevon Looney
Serge
to
Ibaka.
win this thing up front. Am I
Two
wrong
things,
by
Larry.
that? I mean, am I seeing that the wrong way?
Well,
They've got Kevon.
You are.
That's
you
it.
are. You are. Two things. One is the final 4 teams in the playoffs last year in the Western and Eastern Conference Finals. None of them had a traditional big. None of them. So the 4 best teams in the NBA last year made it that far without the big that you and everyone else is clamoring for. The Warriors did not have any size last year, and they were fine. And 2, when you look at the 10-man rotation right now, right, they're starting 5, the most efficient starting 5 in the NBA this year, not even close. Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, Looney. Now, your second 5, this bench that has struggled this whole year, Jordan Poole, Dante DiVincenzo, Gary Payne II, Jonathan Kuminga, JaMychal Green.
Exactly.
They're fine.
Exactly.
And JaMychal Green get good because I
Yeah.
love
Yeah,
the
he could.
theory of him.
Yeah, he's got a
He's
very
played much better
he can
recently.
he can got a very good bounce step. He's a quick jumper.
If Wiggins is boarding like that too, that helps a lot. If he's
Yeah, I
aggressive.
mean, this is like I didn't realize he had a wrist injury because his 3-point shot was coming around the last couple of weeks. Did he just injure that recently, or?
No, this is an injury that he had last year as well. And he admitted in an interview recently this year that that unfortunately did not heal properly. He still does not want to have surgery on it. So he's just dealing with it. And that is affecting his 3-point shot. But
Chris Medina says in order to develop, James Wiseman needed the ball. He was not getting the ball before Steph, Clay, Wiggins, or Poole. He was not going to get the ball before Steph, Clay, Wiggins, or Poole. Yeah, I mean, it was just a bad fit. It was a bad fit. It didn't fit. Obviously,
Larry, don't
Peyton
you
is
think
a
he could
key
still be
cog.
good?
And so it's an interesting trade. I mean, it really is an interesting trade because
Why did
they
the
traded a
Blazers
piece
do
that
that?
didn't fit for a piece that they absolutely know does fit, which that is interesting, right? A lot of times there's risk in who you're bringing in. How's the new guy going to fit in? They're not taking that risk. They know how the new guy's going to fit in. So that's kind of interesting. I wanted to ask you guys, have you guys heard anybody since the trade was consummated of note? Rick Barry, Chris Mullen, Fitz.
no.
Have you heard anybody? Jim Barnett, Tim Roy. Have you heard anybody in Warriorland give their thoughts on this trade? And what or what have you heard? Outside of the callers and the people in the chat, what have you heard from the Warrior media, if you will?
Nothing. Oh, the only thing I've heard so far is Draymond Green is going to host the podcast soon. And I'm very curious actually to hear what he has to say. So that's all.
How
On
about
this? You mean he's going to talk about this?
Yeah. He's hyped it up specifically, to talk about the trades.
I thought Andrew Bogut I saw was on the game. I think it's interesting because Bogut, he kind of a wacky guy, but the guy's a really smart basketball player, and I think he understands that there is only a certain type of big. You have to be a certain type of big, have a certain type of intelligence to play center for the Warriors and be effective. And he said, I've said it from the start, I don't think Wiseman was a great fit. I wouldn't say he's a bust. His skill set wasn't suited towards Golden State. It was the right move for Wiseman's career. I kind of agree with that. I actually think Wiseman can still be really good. I just don't think he was a fit here.
Well, the only thing is, though, if he is really good somewhere else, it's going to be
A bad visual.
Let me ask you this:
the
was this
Warriors-
plan?
Myers
Was
would
this?
get blamed, right?
Do you think this was Plan B today when they were trading Wiseman to get GP2, and that Anunoby was Plan A?
What do you
I
think?
think-
Well,
I-
that's interesting. What do you think Anunoby's price tag would have been? You think it
They
would
said
have
it was
cost
too
Kuminga?
high, but they really tried to get him. They
I
tried.
think the Warriors were not going to make a move originally, and then they saw everyone else vastly upgrading. If anything, the Kevin Durant trade was probably a godsend because
That's what I
that's
said.
probably
Last
was
night.
the
Having it
catalyst.
last
It's
night was key.
Yeah,
I mean,
and this is again something that I talk about a lot, and I think more people should. Chemistry is huge.
Yep.
Huge, man. All these other teams, these are human beings that you're just mixing together, and you're thinking just because they're talented is magically going to work in a team sport. The Warriors, these are all returning. Gary Payton II knows the system. They all love each other. Chemistry is huge. I don't doubt for a second that played into this. And I think that's another advantage the Warriors have. Whereas all these other teams, even Phoenix, we don't know how that's going to work out yet. We have no clue. The Warriors, we do know, man. They win titles. So, yeah, I'm feeling good, man. I'm feeling great. I'm happy.
This one,
I'm
Nick
very
J
happy.
says, love the GP2 trade, but
Yeah.
looking back to July, why not just give GP2 his contract and trade Wiseman last summer when he had more value? Of course,
Fair.
hindsight is 2020.
Yeah,
I
fair
mean,
question.
that's really it. They wanted to give him this
And
year, and it didn't
They
work
gave
out. It
Wiseman an
just,
extension, which is
you know,
even
what's the
more
old
bizarre.
from Moneyball? Some do, some don't. You know, it's just it's life. You just move on. We got this one, Amar Singh, who basically said he's agreeing with Sai for the first time. He threw one of those in here. I agree with Sai for the first time.
I saw that.
Did you see that? I used to get that. I used to get that quite a bit. I never normally agree with you, but today I do.
Long time listener, first time agree.
Yeah, that's like,
Well,
thanks.
this has been a rough season for the Warriors, so I think there's been a lot of disagreement, a lot of this is such. I love this, man. There's going to be a parade in Market Street in June. I'm amped, dude. This. I love this. I love it.
Wow. Nick J says Kerr's on 95.7 the game today at 5 with Damon and Rado. Sure, he'll have some thoughts. There you go.
It's exciting. It's our boy Damon Bruce. How are you and
Yeah.
Damon these days? Are you guys cool again?
Oh, yeah,
Or are you cool?
we're always cool.
Okay, cool. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean to
We're
say
always
again. There's no insinuation there. I just wasn't
Supposedly, GD5 says Toronto wanted Kuminga back for
Yes.
Anunoby, and the Warriors said no.
good.
Would
Good.
you
Okay,
trade
good.
Kuminga for Anunoby? I wouldn't.
No.
Not with all the extra stuff too.
Kuminga's
I
a
wouldn't
lifer,
either.
man.
What? Look at this one. Amar Singh. Sai is right.
You spend money.
Chemistry is totally underrated in
What's
basketball.
up, Lamar? Look at
especially
us
on the
coming
Warriors.
together, man. Love it.
Damn,
Yeah,
Sai,
I mean,
you're
chemistry's huge.
It is huge.
Some
And
Sacramento
team
people in
sport.
the chat were talking big, and Mark Graves says, "Slow your roll, 916."
I'm loving. Did I say on the program that I made a giant bet on essentially every team other than Sacramento to win the Pacific, and it because it came out. I did the math and I was like, oh, so if any one of the Suns, Clippers, or Warriors win the Pacific, I'll win like a good amount of money. And it's like, isn't that just a lock now?
Locked
Lost.
on. Prism
Ryan
says
in like
LeBron's
a-
the only
like a-
player I would trade Kuminga for, and even then, I would feel kind of bad. I wouldn't trade.
I'm in a
If they
murder
call-
check.
I would.
I was
no
about to ask,
way I
are
would-
you is there a cage next to you, Ryan, that has like a child in it?
No, I've like murder weapons. Oh, here, I'll show you.
Chiguayo says Dubs are not scared of anyone. Nobody wins on paper.
By the way, traveling Urquidez. Again, I'm sober right now. I give you my word. But I'm a roller type man. I like my J's.
What's that?
Got all kinds of.
He asked that
Oh.
traveling Urquidez asked if I vape or use a bong. Did any of you guys do a gravity bong when you were in college?
Oh yeah.
No, what is it?
I haven't used a bong in a while, man.
Those things were incredible, man. It's basically just like you cut a gallon-sized water bottle in half. You put a bowl on the top.
Hey, Rye.
What's a bong?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dan, you're so rude, man. Like you do this a lot. I gotta call you out on that, man. People talk and you just jump right in the middle of their.
I gotta get a hold of
sentences,
Rye
like, you're not
here.
even fucking talking. What the hell?
I
dude?
couldn't even get a word in earlier, man. I said, and you.
Well, then wait until people are done talking.
No, I got Rye. We gotta ask Rye. You got the call-in number?
Yeah.
What calling number?
Just
Wait, you want to take calls?
no, just for
The phone.
my brother, who's the coach, was gonna
just
call
call-
in and give a coach's perspective on the Warriors.
I'd love to hear Steve's.
Yeah.
You know,
What is
give
perspective?
me a second.
Just
We
text
got
it to me.
Elmer Arana says, "Light the beam." That's Sacramento, isn't it? What is that even? What is that even in reference to?
Well, you don't know, Larry. They every time for some reason I don't know the
No, I
story.
know
I
they
don't
have
listen
some
to-
kind of something.
They light a
right?
beam every time they win. This beam goes into the sky, and I don't know if this is new, but it's become wildly popular.
Light the beam.
Yeah, light the beam.
Light
It's like
the beam.
yeah, it's like every time, and because they win now, so you see
Nick
this
J's
beam
like,
shoot
what
through the
beam?
sky.
What beam? What beam are you talking about?
But
Rebellious.
the gravity bong, real quick, just to finish that
Yes.
thought. You push the top half of this water bottle down into water, and so the air is pressed through it into your lungs. Like you don't have to inhale at all. It gets forced into your lungs, and then you're destroyed. And you have a wonderful
Larry,
day
I'm gonna have to show it to you, just not even like as a it's just honestly, you feel like a scientific wizard when you see it. It's crazy. It's
Rebellious says, I agree with Cy. Dubs repeat.
Yeah,
Look at that.
I'm all
Look
in, man.
at that.
I you know, and for someone in there said, for example, like, well, what about the Grizzlies? What about the Celtics? You and I both talked about this. The Warriors already beat them this year, and it's not like there were 7-game series last year. I mean, a tough series goes 7. The
Kelt
Warriors were not-
says, oh my God, gravity bong with a 5-gallon water jug will put anyone down. My roommates in college
Sorry,
had a
Dan. Mark
6
Graves
footer.
says I was being too harsh. I'm sorry that you don't pay attention. I apologize.
My roommates in college had the 6-footer bong.
We had one of those.
Eddie K says, Larry, you ask that every time. At this point, you're just effing with the Kings. Archie, LOL.
Are you really?
Oh yeah, no, I did. I was joking around. I do know what the beam is. My brother,
I thought so, man.
my brother is a judge and he lives in Sac. And I seriously, I look at my phone. It's like 3 nights a week. I'll get this light the beam.
Oh
F
no,
your beam.
Oh no.
White
Hey, that would-
chocolate. This.
It'd be great if they met in the playoffs in the first round.
Oh, seriously, the one thing we have never gotten, which would absolutely be an incredible series, Warriors Kings in the playoffs,
Love that.
where you could go on the road or home. the I-80 battle royale. The Kings were good, the Warriors were bad. The Warriors were good, the Kings were bad. Now, if we could get the Kings and the Warriors in a series, that would I think that would be so fun, man. I love going to Kings Warriors games in either venue, because I went to Sac State. There's a lot of Warrior fans because the Kings didn't even show up in Sacramento, guys, until 1989. So the Warriors were, had a 20-year run on them basically. So there's all kinds of people in Sacramento that are Warrior fans. And they're pissed that the Kings are there, and now they have to get the NBA package to see the Warriors. So,
like the bong.
Mark Graves, I hope the Kings are relying on PG&E to light their beam. I think they're relying on Sac Mud or whatever it's called. I forget what the PG&E of Sac is.
East
Oh, they
Bay.
don't have PG&E there? They have a different energy company?
Yeah, that's
They're all
it's,
crooks. They're all such crooks, man. Every energy company.
if people know
Feeling
what
it.
is the PG&E
Pacific Gas and
of
Electric.
Sacramento?
Pacific Gas. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Like Southern California. has a
Smud.
different
There it
too.
is. There it is. Smud.
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 By the way, quick plug for Locked On Warriors. Mark Jones of ESPN coming on the show today, who, by the way, is the play-by-play voice for the Kings now. I think he replaced Napier. Did you have your Napier interview? How'd that go?
We're doing it tomorrow.
Okay, gotcha. Nice.
We're doing it
Unknown caller.
We got this one from Cool Breeze. Kings are not bad. I'm in Sacramento, but I'm a Warrior fan. Warriors beat Kings in 5.
Easily.
Let's do this. Let's play a couple spots here. We'll come back with a few more thoughts coming up next. We'll get a little water break, and we'll be back in a second on the Krug Show.
Larry Kruger here for Telmetrics. Thanks to Casey Bateman and the good people at Telmetrics. If you're an occupational therapist, if you're an orthopedic surgeon, a chiropractor, a physical therapist of any kind, Telmetrics is designed for you to use in your practice and will greatly benefit your patients. Telmetrics uses computer vision and artificial intelligence and provides a platform for outpatient rehab therapy services, both in the clinical and the telehealth environments. So using Telmetrics can improve your patient's experience and much more. So for all your sports injury needs, or if you're a physical rehabilitation specialist of any kind, call and make sure you use telmetrics.co, TELMETRIX.co. And thanks to Casey Bateman and all the good people at Telmetrics for being a proud sponsor of the crew. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Dan Coach Emilio. Dan is a buddy, and he is a phenomenal retirement planning specialist. And you can contact him today at securemoney.com or at his number 925-628-9966. There's a lot of uncertainty in our world right now, and you want to make sure that your money is secure. That is the key. Danny's got 25 years of experience, born and raised right here in the Bay Area, and he can help you get an immediate 10% premium bonus on your principal retirement account. So give him a call, 925-628-9966. He'll make an appointment with you, and you can sit down. It's not a one-size-fits-all kind of a deal. He'll consult with you and come up with a strategy to get you going to where you want to be. Once again, 925-628-9966, securemoney.com on the web. And thanks. And thanks to Tony Casera and the good people at Casera's Italian Menswear. They are housing the Krug Show t-shirts, and they're a proud sponsor of the show as well. The Krug Show t-shirt, the Krug Show podcast t-shirt is available there at their store in Dublin. Their address is 7372 San Ramon Road in Dublin, California. And go see Tony Casera and get yourself a Krug Show t-shirt and support the show. And special thanks to our sponsor, New York Style Italian Sausage. That's right, NewYorkStyleSausage.com is their website. Phenomenal product, whether it's the breakfast sausage, the Italian mild, the Italian spicy, the chorizo. You cannot go wrong with New York Style Italian Sausage. Once again, NewYorkStyleSausage.com. Often imitated, never equaled.
All right, welcome back to the Pig and a Pickle Krug Show. Pig and a Pickle, of course, the title sponsor of the Krug Show. We want to shout them out as well. They've got two locations. They're in Marin County, 341 Corte Madera Town Center, open 7 days a week in Marin. And they also are in Emeryville in the public marketplace right there in Emeryville. And if you haven't had Pig and a Pickle, you need to try it. They're open 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. in Corte Madera. As I said, 7 days a week. The brisket, amazing. Pulled pork, baby back ribs, chicken, house-made sausages. They make everything from scratch daily. Damon and Mary, they work at it. That's why they've got a tremendous restaurant. They offer catering, craft beers. There's a kids menu, family meals. You got some incredible salads. The sides are amazing. Potato salad, coleslaw. I love the brisket chili. You definitely got to try the kettle chips cooked in beef tallow. Amazing. And the brisket is second to none. So check out Pig and a Pickle, the title sponsor of the Krug Show. All right, welcome back, Larry Krueger, Dan Coach Emilio, Ryan Smith, Cyrus Satsis. Size just walked away for a second, but with us on the line is Danny's brother, Steve Coach Emilio. And if you're not familiar with Steve has an extensive background and coaching college basketball. Steve has coached at DVC for a long time, we'll ask him right out of the chute exactly how many years, but he joins us to give us his perspective like he did really throughout the NBA finals. And Steve, we're thrilled to have you back with us. Good afternoon. Hope you're having a phenomenal day today. Thanks for making time for us. Obviously the NBA trade deadline came and went, and the Warriors made a move that I'm sure they were kind of putting off and wanted to, they didn't want to make this move. Obviously, they drafted James Wiseman to be a player for them. It never materialized. There's lots of reasons for that. And today they parted ways, trading him in a deal that netted them Gary Payton II. And now the Warriors are likely to pick up a big man in the buyout market here in the next few weeks. But what do you think, Steve? What do you think of the deal?
Well, hey, Larry, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. And so to answer your question about my coaching, I retired from Diablo Valley College after 30 years in 2020, the spring of 2020. So I've been retired for about 2.5 years, but I still follow basketball pretty intently, and probably college basketball maybe a little bit more than the NBA. But I follow the NBA, and I obviously follow the Warriors. I'm excited about Gary Payton being back in the team. I thought he was a really important factor in their run last year. And, when he got hurt on that play with Brooks against Memphis and he was out, you could see the difference. And then you could see the difference he made when he came back, and he came back to the finals. So, Weissman was a good draft pick. I liked the draft pick when they took him. But the way the game is being played in the NBA, it seems like everybody's really making a push looking at this trade deadline. Everybody's trying to win now. I saw how many draft picks. Did Atlanta give up, or somebody gave up about 5 second-round draft picks? I saw. So
I think it was Milwaukee for Jay Crowder.
Yeah. So, but Gary Payton was a key part of their run last year. And really, and this, Larry, in all sports, it's about getting hot at the right time. And that's what the Warriors did last year. I can't remember who they played in the first round.
Denver.
They played Denver, that's correct. And, and I'm not going to try to make all the excuses like they did when they won the first championship and all these teams were hurt. But Murray was out. He was a pretty good player, Then they play Memphis, and it's a highly competitive series. And Morant gets out. He doesn't finish the series.
So does Gary Payton II, though. Just to be clear, that people bring up that jaw thing a lot, but you got to also remember Gary Payton II also got injured. So,
oh, that's right. No, I agree, but I don't think it was an equal deal. But hey, by the way, I did want to say, Cyrus, I did look up. You got a heck of a resume. You've got a lot of experience, and you paid your dues in this business, haven't you?
I don't like to talk about it because who cares? But thank you, man. That's very kind of you.
No, you've spent a lot of time. You're very experienced. You know what you're talking about.
Thanks, sir.
Absolutely. But and my point I'm trying to make is it's a matter of getting hot at the right time, including Phoenix was the team that looked like they were going to dominate the West, and Denver goes and beats them. And Phoenix probably had their meltdown, and then the Warriors had a good matchup against Dallas because it was really all about Luka, and he just physically could not carry that team all the way through. And then the matchup with Boston, who really was inexperienced and had an inexperienced head coach. Now, was Steph Curry unbelievable, and does he deserve to be the Sports Illustrated Sportsman of the Year and all of those things? Absolutely. Steph Curry is a generational player without a doubt. But the Warriors, what they're trying to create is this year just get in place and get hot at the right time. And that's really what I think they're trying to do with bringing Gary Payton back.
Steve, what do you think? Let's go back to the draft and James Wiseman. What did you think of James Wiseman after that 3-game career at Memphis? And I guess the bigger question is, we're kind of seeing, and I brought up Trey Lance and it's obviously difficult to compare sports, but just the notion of drafting a player with just such a small collegiate resume. I mean, I'm sure when all those years you're at DVC, you probably recruited or had guys come in from high school, and maybe you didn't have, maybe there were some guys you knew really well, and maybe other guys that kind of just flashed maybe in the summer or for, in a camp or something. Did you ever make a mistake where you look back and said, you know what? There wasn't enough of a track record there, and I made my evaluation based on too little.
Well, it's such a different animal. I mean, junior college is about developing players, giving them an opportunity and trying to, because in community college in California, you have off-season classes in the spring, the summer, and the fall where you're working with your guys 2-3 days a week. And then when the season starts, on October 1st, you've spent a lot of time with these guys. And really it's a matter of giving those guys an opportunity and see who has the work ethic and the desire. And because, raw talent is not that hard to evaluate. What's hard to evaluate is attitude, consistency of effort, intelligence. And you don't find those things out until you're with your guy and you're putting them through daily practices and grinds. And, do they ask intelligent questions and all of those things? They took a chance on Weissman, and I supported it in my mind at the time because he was such a freak athlete and his length, and he was so good around. Just the few clips I saw of him, he was good around the basket. He was making free throws. So I think it was a good draft pick, and I think he still could turn out to be a really special player. But he's not. He doesn't look like they thought he could help them now. So, and really, how many big guys are they really facing? The Steven Adams and
right?
Jokic, Wiggins could guard. Somebody could like Green or Looney, or even for that matter, Wiggins could guard Jokic. There's not that many guys that can guard Jokic. There's not that many guys that can guard Embiid. So it's not like the NBA is full of all these post guys. Very few of them play with their back to the baskets anymore. If you look at the amount of times Jokic posts up, what's it, like 3-4 times a game?
Good point, Coach. That's a great point, actually. You're right.
So the game has changed, and a guy like Gary Payton, who plays bigger than he really is, maybe they were hoping that Moody could step into his role, but it doesn't look like he can, or at least they're not playing him. DiVincenzo's a pro, and they're getting a lot of mileage out of him. They're getting a lot of mileage out of the point guard from Virginia. They were trying the kid Lamb for a while, but a guy like Gary Payton is an explosive athlete who makes plays. He's deflecting passes. He's keeping offensive rebounds alive.
Yep.
He's closing out when guys miss. He does the little things.
I think he's one of the most impactful defensive players I've ever seen.
Agreed.
I can't think of too many guys that I've ever seen who, the guy's dribbling the ball with his right hand and GP2's on the other side of his body, and his length, he can still reach across the guy's body and pop the ball out. It's like, somebody in the chat here said, he's going to be, a lockdown defender, locked on Cyrus Satsis, but a lockdown defender on a number of guys come playoff time. And that's, he's a difference-making defender. And I guess, looking back on it, it's easy for me to say they should have just re-signed him. They would have gotten themselves in all kinds of salary hell if they had paid him, and it would have run up their bill that much more. But, it is interesting, Steve, watching Steve Kerr, utilize GP2. There were times last year where he went away from him, where like at the end of the game, you're like, where was GP2? And then the writers would ask him about it, and he'd be like, yeah, and then, almost like he forgot about him at times. And then, man, come playoff time, he was just such a valuable piece. I feel very confident in saying I don't think the Warriors would have won last year's title without him.
Same.
What do you think of his defensive abilities? Have you ever seen any? If I say to you, greatest defensive player you've ever seen as far as defending the perimeter or defending on the ball defender, where do you? To me, he kind of reminds me of, like, for older people, like Michael Cooper for the Lakers in the 80s. But I mean, the strength, the length, and the tenacity of GP2 is very unique.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can go back and talk about Sidney Moncrief. You know, he was a great defender. Michael Cooper. Let's not overlook the fact that Michael Jordan still probably was an unbelievable defender on ball that there was. But there is no doubt, looking at his quickness, his lateral quickness, the quickness of his hands, his aggressiveness, his ability to anticipate things happening. He's a good one. He is a really good one. And I think his rebounding is way beyond his size.
Yes.
He rebounds like a 6'8" guy.
Hey, and Coach, you can't see the comments, but Celts Chronicles just said GP2 will also bring momentum shifting dunks and alley-oops back. You know, that's something that I feel like in the early 2000s, 90s, it was like all about the dunks. The dunks would really bring the momentum. And for the Warriors, it seems like, you know, it's the Curry threes. You know, the entire crowd is just waiting to explode on any Curry three, or even Clay, even Jordan Poole. But what, in your experience in junior college, like, you know, I know people like to say, oh, you know, the flashy dunks and whatnot, but like, how much does that really impact the team just in terms of like just firing the boys up and just really raising the energy level in the gym?
You know, I mean, it's still just 2 points, but I mean, you know, it's 2 points, but it 2 players, it is, it's something that's different. I mean, it's like in hockey when a guy scores a goal, but he makes a great move and he beats the goalie and he flips it in versus, and it's still a goal, whether it was a deflected off a guy's skate and goes in, a home run. I mean, I sometimes think the dunk is kind of overrated in terms of its value, but emotionally it can mean some things. But the fact that you could set a back pick for Gary Payton and throw a lob to him, and which that's a pretty good skill. And there's no doubt that he is a great addition. They would not have given Weissman up. Weissman has value, and they had to give up value to get value. So I think it's a good trade. But I'm not completely saying that Weissman is a lock to be something special, but I think he could be.
You know, the other part about this trade that's interesting, or about this day that's interesting, is that other teams have gotten noticeably better. You saw the Durant trade. Heck, Jay Crowder's now in Milwaukee. I thought kind of a very underrated trade that nobody's going to talk about, but is, you know, until the playoffs come around, is Boston got Mike Muscala.
Yeah.
Muscala's a big man who's like a 38% 3-point shooter. So I don't know. I mean, based on kind of all the shuffling, and it's almost like you need to take out a program and really see exactly who's where and how it all looks. But you know, Durant's obviously in Phoenix. How do you see the Warriors run to a title, Steve, based on not just what they did, but what the rest of the landscape looks like?
Well, I mean, Denver looks really good now. You know, Murray's playing really well, and they're a well coached team with Mike Malone. You know, Phoenix. I mean, what are you going to? I mean, you know, you saw what Kevin Durant did when he was with the Warriors. It really looks like those two teams are at the top right now if they stay healthy. But, you know, I would never look past the Warriors, their pedigree and, you know, their championship experience. And especially when they get in the playoffs and they are not playing on back-to-back nights. Kerr's a great coach. You know, I think I would put the Warriors up there if they're healthy at the time the playoffs start. I wouldn't want to see them in the position where they're in the play-in, because that means they would go directly probably against either Denver or Phoenix. But I think that maybe they can get lucky, and maybe Phoenix and Denver match up in the second round and knock one of them off. It's just all that stuff's yet to be seen. But, you know, I have full confidence in the track record of Bob Myers and Steve Kerr that the Warriors, if they're healthy, will be a hard out.
Do you see now that with the addition bringing GP2 back that this changes the rotations and isn't playoff basketball a lot more? They let them play. There's also it becomes more about a defensive game, which now the Warriors have a much more lockdown defense, especially on the perimeter.
Well, Thompson are good defenders. Green, you throw Payton out there. I mean, you don't have to guard everybody. Normally on teams, I mean, at the lower the level, sometimes you only have to guard one guy, and then you take a look at even at Division I, you don't have to guard all five guys. The NBA is the same way. There's always somebody that you don't have to guard. So if the Warriors have, and give Curry credit, he's become a good defender. But if you are looking at Payton and Wiggins, Thompson, and Green, they can step up their game defensively. And I don't mean to ignore Looney. I think Looney's a very solid player, and he proved it. He's a championship level player.
And Coach, how dare you ignore Andre Iguodala? Such an impactful, young, spry player that this team. I'm so thankful they re-signed. I mean, geez, Louise.
Well, he's almost like the coach at the end of the bench. But here's the thing: DiVincenzo's a good player.
He's really shown
that. He is a pro. He's a pro, and all of those guys that come from Villanova are really well coached. Look at all the guys that come from Villanova, and
Jay Wright's a good coach.
Jay Wright, I think, in my opinion, and I think my opinion of college basketball in terms of knowing coaches, his skill in teaching players and player development, and they don't always get, the guys that Kansas gets or the guys that Kentucky gets or the guys that were going to Syracuse years ago, the guys that were going to Arizona, He's not getting those players, but he is elevating those players and teaching those players how to play. And those guys are winners. And Jay Wright, I thought, was one of the great college basketball coaches ever.
Agreed.
Shocking,
really believe that.
Shocking retirement, honestly, but good on him.
Well, they get, sometimes they just get so worn down. Speaking of coaches, and Ryan and I know this gentleman, I'd like to recognize Lou Campanelli and his passing. And I knew Coach Campanelli well. His son, Kyle, was a friend of mine and coached on my staff back from 1993 to 95. And I knew Coach Campanelli, as a friend. He was a mentor to me. And even though I worked for Lynn Nance, and Lynn Nance was my mentor at St. Mary's when I was there from 86 to 89, I stayed in touch with Coach Campanelli through the years. And he was a great basketball man, a true New Jersey Italian coach, with you could throw him back there with his friend Raleigh Massimino. And then, of course, Lou Carnesecca and all those Italian coaches from the East. Lou is right there. And, and he goes to James Madison. I've read his book. He wrote a book. And when he came to Cal was down. And, the whole thing's, not to go into any detail, he did a great job turning Cal around and bringing relevance, making them relevant.
I was there, Steve, the night Campanelli and Cal broke UCLA's winning streak against Cal. I think it was like 50 some odd games. And Lou Campanelli was a terrific guy. I thought that Cal should have kept him. I mean, they replaced him with Todd Bozeman. But I went to a lot of those Cal games because I was in high school in the 80s, late 80s, and they had Dave Butler and they had KJ and KJ baseline to baseline was one of the fastest coaches, one of the fastest point guards I've ever seen. But Campanelli was just a tremendous coach, and midway through, I guess one of those seasons in the 90s, they fired him, and there were some players on the team, and this is when they had Kidd and Lamont Murray, and they had complained to the AD that Lou was too tough on them and this and that, but man, Lou was a terrific guy, and then worked for years. I saw him at Warrior games for years. He scouted, I believe, with the Cavaliers or one team in the league,
Right.
and just a gentleman. Obviously had a great run at JMU. But Lou Campanelli was a tremendous basketball coach and really is one of the guys that he authored one of the great kind of mini eras of Cal hoops. I mean, no question. Did he just pass today?
No, the 31st January.
He passed earlier, but it's just really sad because I was actually in touch with Steve about going to go visit him. I tried to call his phone number because I was like, I got to get back in touch with that guy because he was really involved with the Camp Lindo basketball program there towards the end, and it was pretty hilarious. Like he was just having like the JV team just freaking bust their ass doing all this stuff. And, I went through a bunch of injuries and he was really kind of took a shining to me and really was kind of a mentor for me and really meant a lot. There's my guy, Andrew Cassidy. He was
his coach, he says.
Yep. And he was just a great guy, really, really cared about his players and he really wanted everyone to do well. But yeah, it's just really too bad because I tried calling his phone number and then I got a text back that it was actually his children. They said, "Oh, he's in the hospital." I didn't realize, and it's just one of those reminders. Like, man, you can't let time go by before you reach back out to these people because he meant a lot to me, and I haven't talked to the guy since high school. So
great coach too. I mean, I think Cal hadn't been to the tournament in like 25 years. Something like that, and Campanelli led them to the tournament, and just a terrific basketball coach, and fundamental. I mean, Cal played with I think that was kind of a really fun era of Cal basketball, and this was before they renovated Harmon. I think it was at the time it was benches and cement, and then of course they put in seats and kind of renovated the whole thing and made it much better. But yeah, Lou Campanelli was a class act. And then I would sit next to him sometimes at they would sit the media with the scouts together at the Warrior games on the baseline, and I can remember him sitting there with me watching. I'm pretty sure it was the night that Kobe and Antoine both went for 51, and he's sitting right there with me on the baseline watching, Kobe Bryant in his heyday and Jameson having one of his greatest career nights. And the fact that it all happened in the same game was just absolutely amazing. But yeah, we lost a great one there in Luke
The Warriors
Campanelli.
won that game, by the way. Just
what, Coach, also, one of the names that's being bandied about that we've kind of thrown out, we're talking to Steve Coach Emilio, Dan's brother, who's with us on the Krug Show phone line. And Digital Drew in our chat, by the way, is saying this is the best show to date.
Nice.
We have had a good show. We've been going for over 4 hours today.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a
Look
long
at you,
show.
man.
We've had
Well,
ballers stop by. We've had all kinds of people stop by.
Real quick,
It's been almost like
Larry.
it's like an open house.
Yeah, I just love the Lou Carnesecca reference as well. For people unfamiliar with him, he's 98 and going strong, and one of the most underrated and greatest coaches in this game's history.
Oh God, Lou Carnesecca with a sweater. Remember? And then remember in the Big East was something John Thompson took off his jacket, and he had the exact same sweater as Lou Carnesecca. But I wanted to ask you about now the Warriors go from the trade market to the buyout market, and they're probably going to add a one piece, and it's probably going to be a big man. And there's a lot of speculation that maybe Serge Ibaka. Steve, what do you think about Ibaka and Payton as the final pieces? Cy thinks this Warrior team is on the verge of making the jump and going back to the finals.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical because I still would lean towards Phoenix with Durant and the talent they have, but I'll be rooting for Golden State. But what do you think of the potential for Serge Ibaka joining this mix?
I mean, he's a veteran, and I mean, they don't need anybody to come in and do anything except for, probably give Looney time, and he's very similar to Looney. I mean, he can make free throws, he can make some shots from the perimeter, and he's a veteran guy that knows how to play. I don't think they're looking for anybody that's going to transform the team, but just kind of plug that gap behind the five. And I think it would be good.
Hey, can I brag on Steve Coach Emilio here for a little bit? Because obviously, the introduction, I had to pull up the bio on DVC. Can I just say that he was compiled a 640 and 290. 1994 State Coach of the Year award winner, fastest coach to reach 500 wins in California community college history.
That's my alma mater. Be
And
careful
he's
what you're
the
saying about
winningest coach in school history. So
Faster than Brad Dugan?
that. DVC, baby. DVC.
Coach, you probably know Brad well, huh?
Of course. You know, in my third year at DVC, we won the Golden Gate Conference, which was the league that San Francisco City was in. But Coach Dugan had already retired. But I was a young coach, you know, in my early 30s. And we went to the Final Eight, and we played at USF and played a really good Riverside team that had like 6 guys go to Division I. 2 of them went to Oklahoma to play for Billy Tubbs. But we lost by 3 at the end. And after the game, Brad Dugan came up to me at USF, and he said, "Hey, young fella," and he called me over, and he told me, "Hey, winning the Golden Gate Conference is no easy task. And you making the Final Eight and taking a program," and that was one of the greatest compliments I ever had, coming from a coach when I was young like Brad Dugan, to recognize me. So, yeah, Brad Dugan was a legend in California community college history.
Well, Coach, we're gonna let you go because we're gonna call this live stream to a finish here.
To a screeching halt.
But Steve, we always love hearing your perspective.
Yeah,
man. Seriously, I really enjoyed. We've done shows all year, right? And we get people on, and we get some really interesting people. But I gotta say, man, and I'm glad that everybody's here today because you guys were all here for the finals. Some of the most fun shows I think that we've done in this year on this channel have come during the Warriors run to the finals with all of you guys, from Ryan to Danny to Cy to Frank Red, who's not with us today, to Baller, if Baller
Carl.
was with us,
Carl Foster.
Kylan Mills was with us, and Steve, you know, and just, you know, I love talking ball. I love talking ball, whether it be football, basketball, or baseball. But sometimes in the regular season, you know, the games are so many games. It's like almost feels like, why are we breaking this all down like this? But man, in the playoffs, when each coaching maneuver is magnified and every little factor in the game is magnified, I love the dialogue around the game. And Steve, I can't thank you enough for jumping in our live streams during the playoffs and finals and giving us some of your basketball expertise, because it gave us a totally different perspective, one that we don't necessarily have without you. And it was just, I feel like I learned a lot about the game, and I've played it, coached it, reffed it. So I feel like I kind of know something, but you know, it's, you know, just being able to tap in to your decades of experience, Coach, has been awesome. So thank you very much. And if Cy is right and we get an extended run and the Warriors run back to the finals, please come back, you know, and be with us, you know, during those runs. And
how about a little college basketball with Steve too?
Yeah, we could do that too. In fact, I actually, you know, it was funny. It was with Steve on the line here. You know, I was looking up Joe Lunardi's, you know, breakdown on the tournament, and he's got right now on the one line, he's got Purdue, Bama, Houston, Arizona, Tommy's Wildcats. On the 2 line, he's got Kansas, the Bruins, Tennessee, Texas. And on the 3 line, Iowa State, Baylor, Virginia, and K-State. Generally, if you look at the history of the tournament, somebody on the top 3 lines winds up winning it all. Is there a team in college hoop, Coach, that you like this year, that you've seen a bunch as we get closer to, you know, Selection Sunday?
You know, Iowa State has been overlooked a lot, but you can't. They were picked really low in that conference, but I think Iowa State has really been playing well. But there's a number of teams. It's really wide open this year. You know, Texas. You know, after what happened to Chris Beard and of course Rodney Terry taking over, there's a lot of talent on that team at Texas. Arizona looks really good. UCLA is so well coached by Mick, and I mean, there's a bunch. I couldn't really pick one team out except for probably the physically toughest team is Houston, with Kelvin Sampson being a great.
I've seen them. They're good.
And Houston's starting to really come and mature. I did want to give you a little side note because we were talking about old coaches and stuff, and a couple of guys popped into my mind that that I don't know if you knew Randy Bennett's dad was a longtime Arizona junior college coach, a great coach, and Randy grew up with Coach's son. And then you knew the Van Gundys lived in the Bay Area. Stan and Jeff were actually Stan was at Alhambra High School in Martinez when I was going to Clayton Valley.
Oh,
but I
wow.
used to go to his dad's camp. His dad would run a camp at UC Santa Cruz, Bill Van Gundy, and they moved to New York after Stan his senior year because Bill Van Gundy got a job at Jamestown Junior College in upstate New York. But I'll never forget. I was at a Final Four years ago, and I get on a bus for the NABC to go to the practice or something. And Lou Carnesecca was sitting with Bill Van Gundy. And of course, I knew Coach Van Gundy because I went to his camp. And he introduced me to Lou Carnesecca. Of course, my brother and I are full-blooded Italians. And Coach Carnesecca was one of these. It was so great. You know how much Chris Mullen loves Lou Carnesecca. Well, Lou Carnesecca is the kind of guy that a lot of guys would love playing for. But I guess that's a shout out to some Italian coaches. But hey, listen, Larry, thanks for having me on. Anytime, I'll come on anytime.
Well, before you go, Coach, I've heard a rumor that you own a yogurt shack. Is that true?
That's the other brother.
That's Danny's other brother. Danny's got two brothers.
I apologize. Geez, how many brothers do you have, Dan?
Well, bring him up. He's the best athlete of all three by far. He played.
Wow.
He was a free safety at Cal. He had a shot to play for the Minnesota Vikings, and he actually was voted back when the Oakland Tribune did a deal. He was voted to the all modern day team defensively as a free safety with Jackie Jensen. So our brother, there's a third one, Ron, who is by far the best athlete.
Steve, I don't know about that. We've seen Dan running on our live stream, and Dan has the gait of kind of a Usain Bolt type athlete. So I will.
They timed Dan with a sundial when he was in high school.
Coach, we'll talk to you soon. Have a great one.
Okay, take care.
Oh, that is awesome.
Oh, that's great.
Steve Coach Emilio, and
Your brother is awesome, Dan. I like
very
it.
cool.
Cy, so
very
how
cool.
confusing is that? Because I think Cy for the longest time thought that Dan was a coach because we call him Coach, but
Coach
then
Emilio,
Dan actually
yes.
has two brothers that are Coach.
Carlo P says Dan's 40 was epic.
Yeah,
Right.
Seriously, we asked Dan to run across the screen, and he was at a friend's house.
I was up at the Airbnb up in Prescott. No, it's not my 40 time. It's my 10-yard split
10-yard
right up there
split.
with Purdy.
Yeah, Danny's 10-yard splits 158. Yeah, awesome. All right, guys, good stuff.
Hey, I'll say this in
final
closing.
thoughts here as we go around the room.
My final thought is this. When I look at Phoenix roster, I see guys that are in their rotation. Obviously, Ayton, Biyombo, Booker, Torrey Craig a little bit. Obviously, KD, Landell, Damian Lee, Chris Paul.
It kills the Warriors. I hate it.
Cameron Payne.
Agreed.
But they lost a lot of length, they lost length in Johnson.
You
And-
never want to lose length.
Bridges. But I'm just saying, I think defensively on the wings, on the perimeter, where KD's a lot down low on defense, I think that's going to haunt them in the playoffs. I think when the Warriors can, with their three-point shooting, and now the lob threat of Peyton and Kuminga on the floors, I think they're going to be able to go backdoor, and then they're going to be open on threes, and I think that'll be the difference if they meet up.
Final thought from you, Rye?
I'm just saying, I really trust Cy's opinion. The guy, since I've known him, he's been spot on. So,
100%.
Because here's the thing. That's how you know Cy's real. Last night he was saying, you know what? Warriors got to make a move because Phoenix now is the team. They're the team, and now he's saying Dubs are going to take care of it. So, I trust in Cy.
Hell yeah, man. Thanks, brother.
I
look,
also
man,
like-
my credibility's on the line here when I say these things. I wouldn't just throw it out there like as a Warriors fan. Yeah, man, my team's gonna win it, bro. I'm not doing that. This is a team with pedigree. Again, when you look at the history of the NBA, the all-time great teams, this Warriors crew is in the mix. Like, it's crazy how many people rule them out, and especially just because, this regular season sucked. This roster could have been better. This trade was huge. I'm sorry to take your time, Ryan, but thanks, man.
Oh no,
That's a good. And one thought that was interesting with what Steve said was Denver and Phoenix. You never know, could meet up and knock one of them. One gets knocked off, and if that plays out, you never know. Like last year, it fell in the Warriors' favor, even though they finished third. They had home court advantage for the finals.
Yes, they did
in the Western Conference and in the finals against Boston.
Well, let me ask you this. I would love to know your reactions to this. Of all the teams in the West, which team do you want the Warriors to play least? Like which team do you dread the most if the Warriors had to play them?
It's probably Phoenix, just because it's going to be so annoying. The media and the Chris Paul and the Durant.
That's a good one though. That's not an easy answer.
No. That's why I asked.
The West is loaded.
It's weird. I think I'm gonna. I'd probably say Phoenix. Phoenix, but it might be the Clippers. I think the Clippers are a little underrated here. I really do.
Are tough.
I think the Clippers added some good players.
I think the only concern I have with Phoenix, when it comes down to matchups, the X factor in that series could be Ayton, because he can dominate down low, and that's the only area. That's why I would like to see the Warriors, just because you can also play small ball against them and keep Ayton off the floor a lot. But when he's on, it'd be nice to have a little bit of a matchup. Just for those
couple last chats before we jet. Celts Chronicles says Cy almost levitated on Baller. LOL.
I didn't mean to, man.
That was hilarious. Carlo P says the guy is locked on. There you go. Andrew Cassidy says watch out for the Nuggets. Clarsard says watch out for the Thunder, but of course he's joking.
I was going to say that I agree with the Clippers. I think the Clippers are the one that I would least want to play. Just they added Bones Highland. I don't know how that's going to work out. They added Eric Gordon. I think that's a great pickup. They're deep, but Kawhi Leonard scares the shit out of me, man. I of all the players in the West, he's the only one that scares me a little bit, and I just don't want them to play each other in the playoffs.
They got better defensively, didn't they? Clippers.
Gilbert Arbalos talking about girth versus length. I'm not sure that might be out of context. We have gotten a little spicy on these live streams the last few days.
Content, right?
Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that there's been a spiciness? Yes,
it's funny how the NBA changes so fast. I saw a tweet by Patrick Beverly. He had a picture of him and D'Angelo. Said the boys are back together. And he got traded today, Beverly.
He's gonna get bought out. Would you want him?
I would.
That's a weird one.
Who?
I'd take him.
Patrick Beverly. Like, are the Warriors now? Do they have too many guards? With because he might be available.
I'd take Beverly. He's a pest. Celts Chronicles says, "Holy crap! I wasn't here for the Baller Cy heated moment. Wiseman was toxic." LOL. I'll say this: I like the trade more after listening to you guys than I did initially.
Yay!
For sure. Which is why it's good to talk these things out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like I kind of feel better after Cy brings the spice.
Yeah.
Clarsard said we learned about what was it? Some certain kind of bong.
Gravity
bong. Yeah. We learned about the gravity bong. Here it is. Clarsard 49. Thank you, Cy, for teaching me.
You push the gravity bong down, and then the smoke just automatically comes up.
If you want to go next level, use a bathtub.
Andrew Cassidy makes a good point that says Clay can't play every game. With all these back-to-backs they still got left in the regular season, now you've just added a lot of depth that you don't need Clay a lot during those back-to-backs, and you can still win those games now.
And no back-to-backs in the playoffs. So.
Right.
Yeah. Clarsard says, hug it out, fellas. And then Gilbert Arbalos says, Cy had the special Built Bar.
I wish they made those.
Locked on.
I love Baller,
when are you
man.
locking on again?
We just disagreed about the 2020 draft, and that's okay.
Right.
He had to get his take off. There was no time for like a back and forth.
Right. Can you take that? that you got a little screwdriver. Can you just undo one of those clamps and see and just pull those
Where
black
are
things
you, man?
apart?
What the hell is
Dude,
going on
well,
there?
so my internet's out at my apartment, and so I had to flee to my mom. So this is like underneath the house, and it was just like the best setup for. I don't know.
So yeah,
Si, when are you going locked on again?
I'm recording in a half an hour with Mark Jones of ESPN. I'm really excited for that. He's a great dude. Love to get the national perspective on this whole deal today.
When do the Warriors go again? Saturday?
Saturday,
Lakers.
nationally televised. ABC,
What time?
The Lakers, 5:30, I believe.
5:30. Yeah.
Is tip. I could be
We'll
wrong
be-
on that. I'm looking at it right now. No, I stand
5:30.
corrected. I apologize. Wait, no, hold on.
It should be 5.
Saturday, 5:30. 5:30.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll probably come on after that Warrior game against the Lakers, because now we all
Good.
really want to see what that game looks like, because
Well-
all the changes for both teams, really.
Oh, the Lakers got 5 new guys. They got.
I'm doing a live stream with Vish, the great Vish Kumaran, tonight
Nice.
on the channel. Stay tuned for that, or look for that. We'll
Nice.
have that coming up in a bit. And gentlemen, good stuff. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks for 4 hours and 19 minutes. And still,
Very.
you've got over 120 people in the chat. And if you, by the way, if you haven't hit like or subscribe, please do both. If you hit like, that obviously helps the algorithm. If you hit subscribe, that will you'll get an alert every time we go live. And last I checked, we have 13,583 subscribers. So thanks to
What a
all of you.
disappointment, Larry, yesterday you were at 13,500 something. Today you're still at 13,500 something.
I
So
know.
your show's starting to tank, dude. I'm sorry.
Starting to
What's
tank.
going
Oh,
on
he's
here,
picked
brother?
up about 25 to 40 or something.
Everything
today.
okay? I'm teasing.
know.
Obviously, you're
I'm-
killing it, dude. I'm teasing.
What the hell's going on?
Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one.